Okay. All right. Do we need to have this up here or? Okay, that's his. No, 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 it's not a problem. I just didn't know what was what. Perfect. That's even better. Thank you, sir. Good morning, folks. Why don't y'all come on in, sit down. We're about to start. There you go. Well, like I said, good morning, folks. Welcome to the 2021 TECA annual meeting. My name is Kevin Murphy. I'm privileged to serve as your president of TECA Board of Directors. Thank you for taking the time to join us for the 80th annual meeting of the TECA Association. As we get started, there are a few things you should know. Our door prizes will begin this afternoon with the second session and will be given at each general session until the meeting is adjourned. The last door prize at the close of the meeting on Tuesday will be an Apple Watch, an iPad, a Solo Stove smokeless fire pit, so be sure to stick around. I invite you to download the TECA app. It features a mobile directory of the co-ops, an events calendar, and the latest news. It also includes a detailed agenda for the meeting. Search in capital letters TECA in your device's app store to download it. We appreciate the team at CSA for sponsoring this year's app. I'd like to introduce our Sergeant of Arms, Adam Elrod with Middle Tennessee and Jacob Billingsley from Plateau, or as I'm listed here, it's called Plateau. But anyway, are our two Sergeant of Arms in here now? Oh, okay, perfect. All right. We appreciate their willingness to serve and for their co-ops graciously allowing them to assist this week. We hope you'll be courteous to our speakers and presenters by keeping down the noise in the meeting room. That includes silencing of all cell phones. And please take a moment to turn off your cell phones or set it to silent. We have requested that the Sergeant at Arms remind anyone who is talking to please step outside the room to continue their conversations. Thank you for your cooperation on that. I'd like to invite Mr. Bill Webb, a director at Meriwether Lewis Electric, to the stage to lead us in the invocation this morning.
Let us pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we're ever grateful this morning and we're thankful today and are reminded during this Thanksgiving season how blessed we are. I'm reminded of your word that said that we are to bless the Lord and forget not all of his benefits. And so you have benefited us so well in our country and our nation and our state. And we thank you for all the blessings that you provided for us. For every good and perfect gift comes from the Father above. We ask you to bless this meeting. We ask you to bless each co-op represented here today and each director, each leader. We ask you to bless all of our people that are working throughout the state and other areas here to keep electricity on, keep them safe. And Lord, we ask you to help us to always be mindful of you and to worship you and to love you and to draw near to you during this Thanksgiving season. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Bill. Our national anthem this morning will be performed by Hallie Drew Smith, a student at Caney Fork Electric Cooperative Service area. Please stand for the national anthem and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Hallie?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow. That's all I can say. Now we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. We are proud that many who serve our co-ops have also served our country. I invite all our veterans to stand. So please stand, any of our veterans, right now. We thank you for your service. And one more time, let's give them another clap of hands. Thank you. I do ask that you be patient with the program this morning. We've had some changes to the agenda, so it's kind of moving things around a little bit. We're going to be moving our break from like 10 to 10:30. I ask that you visit our sponsors out there in the lobby while we do that. Throughout this week's program, we're going to focus on various ways that electric co-ops are building a brighter Tennessee, investing in a stronger, better prepared, and more resilient future for the communities that we serve. It is important work that we impact millions of Tennessees. We appreciate the generous supports of CFC, who is sponsoring this morning's keynote speaker. CFC is a longtime friend of Tennessee Electrical Co-op, and we appreciate their partnership. Few things have a greater impact on our future than our own ability to work together. Increasing our co-ops employ team members of different ages and different backgrounds. For our directors, you represent people in our communities who have different needs and different expectations. Learning to communicate with people who are not like us is a critical skill. And that's why we are excited to have Phil Goki, if I script your name, I'm very sorry, with us today. Mr. Goki is a writer, market researcher, and generational expert with Bridgeworks, a company that has been dedicated to bridging the generational divide in the workplace and marketplace since 1998. Through their cutting-edge research and best-selling books, Bridgework has helped some of the country's best companies work throughout the inevitable clashes that can happen between traditionalists, baby boomers, Generation Xers, millennials. From the AARP to MTV, they've been called on by business executives, politicians, and the media to share their expertise. Phil is a Generation Xer who grew up breakdancing and fixing cassette tapes with an eraser end of a number 2 pencil. Today he is a renowned keynote speaker and a generational expert, and we are thrilled to have him with us today. To kick off our 80th annual meeting, please join me in welcoming Mr. Phil Goki to stage.
Thank you very much.
I hope I didn't screw up your name too.
Good morning. He did not, quote, screw up my name too much. My name could be a little bit tricky. My father was born and raised in Uganda, East Africa. My mother's from America, so when I was born, they wanted to help me fit in as we moved there, so they gave me a traditional Ugandan name. So my whole name is Philip Ortega Okongogwoki Chandeware Owuya Odoma Twahita Lamor Wasule. You may call me Phil. It is truly an honor to be here with you at this event, and I mean that sincerely for a handful of reasons. First of all, I have had the privilege of doing several presentations for the NRECA, National Rural Electrical Cooperative Association, since going back to 2016. Met some great friends, had some great conversations, and through those relationships, it's brought me here with you to the Tennessee Electrical Cooperative Association. So first of all, I'm a huge fan of the work that goes on in these cooperatives. I think it's admirable, to say the least, and I could go on about the reasons why, but you know you better than I do. Secondly, though, it's awesome to be here in Tennessee. For the balance of my conversation, I will tell you I am not from Tennessee. I'm from the north, so I apologize for my accent in advance. That being said, I came in a little early to spend some time in this wonderful city, and y'all are so nice. You have treated me so well. I have absolutely had a fabulous time. So it's special to be working with electrical cooperatives. It's even more special to be here in Tennessee. And then for the 80th, I didn't even know that. That's gonna, remember that number. I'm gonna come back to that in a few minutes in the course of my conversation, so that makes it even more special. The content that I'm gonna be sharing with you today is, if you saw in the brochure or even in the elevator where the list of the agenda is set up there, I saw my name in lights, kind of, in an elevator anyway. I thought that was exciting. My topic is around this conversation of inclusive leadership. And we're going to get into that. And over the course, as I said, since 2016, I've been to several cooperatives across this country, and I've been told several times that if you've met one cooperative, you've met one cooperative. Because you're all different. You all have your own personality, your own style, your own expression, your own culture. Your communities are unique. And so in the spirit of diversity or inclusive leadership, that's really the focus, how to understand the nuance of our human dynamic and what makes us special and individual and valuable. So that's where we're going to be going, but before we get there, I just want to address why I think it's so important in today's world that we talk about this. I love the theme, building a brighter Tennessee. Coming from Minnesota, I wouldn't have minded had you built a bit warmer Tennessee over the last couple of days. I will point that out. But a brighter Tennessee really starts up here. It starts with a mindset. Right? It starts with an idea. Everything that ever was began with an idea. So to the point of being an inclusive leader, it's really about an elevated consciousness or a greater enlightenment that begins in here. And the reason that we have to do that really comes to a bottom line issue. It's boiling down to the people that we are serving. And I'm going to share a couple of statistics with you that I just recently came across. This one I just saw last week. This is from this online magazine, morning news that I get called The Morning Brew. But I love this title, Forget Baseball, Quitting is the New American Pastime. And in this article, it cited that an astonishing 4.4 million Americans quit their jobs in September alone, amounting to 3% of the entire workforce per the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's a remarkable number. When I was originally brought in to do some presentations for the NRECA, it was about how do you attract and retain the next generation of the workforce. There's a shift that's taken place. It seems like there's a loss of work ethic or a desire to truly commit and stay loyal to an organization. And so when I talk about inclusive leadership or an enlightened consciousness or how do we build this brighter Tennessee, it's really about looking inward and saying, how do I need to change as a leader to make sure my people remain engaged in their work? Here's another study that said almost 80% of people who quit their jobs cite lack of appreciation as their reason for leaving. Something most certainly has changed in the United States. This might not have been the conversation when you started your careers however many years ago. But for people in today's world, they're saying there's something missing. I don't feel seen. I don't feel heard. I don't feel acknowledged. It seems like I don't have any real value here. So let me go find some place that gets me. Well, I don't want that to happen in your organizations or in your communities. I want to give you some ideas about what it takes to have this enlightened consciousness, this inclusive leadership mindset, so you can get the folks, or at least help them feel that way. Back in early 2020, I came across this quote by a gentleman by the name of Eric Hoffer. And Eric Hoffer was a philosopher, an author, poet. He won the Presidential Medal of Freedom back in the 80s under the Reagan administration. And so he gives us this warning that I think is so appropriate for the times that we are living in. And he said, in times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. You are in your positions of leadership because you have achieved a certain level of success. People trust you. That's why you got here. And at the same time, it can be very easy to get settled into, hey, this is, I got it going on. I know things. That's why I'm here. But if you're not continually willing to learn things and keep growing, you can get relegated to the corners of obsolescence. Right? We've got to keep growing. We've got to keep learning. We have to keep understanding. Raise this level of consciousness. You've all, I'm assuming, heard the phrase, leaders are readers. Why is that? Well, because they're willing to keep learning, keep growing. They're never satisfied with what they know. They realize there's always something more to learn. So inclusive leadership starts with that belief system. I've got to keep growing. I've got to keep learning. Now, let me be honest with you. This is what I teach. This is what I, share. This has been the bulk of my 25-year profession. And so every now and then I feel like I've got it. I figured this out. I'm good at managing change. And then I realize it's so easy to get locked in old paradigms. It's so easy to get stuck in our ways. I'll give you a few examples of what I mean. A few years ago, I was doing some generational training in India. And while there, I had the opportunity to take a taxi cab from my hotel to the venue that I was going to be presenting at. And in the taxi cab, I saw a piece of technology that I hadn't seen in a very long time. So I wanted to capture this moment on film. I will share it here with you. Whoops. Yeah, there we go. And so it occurred to me as I was capturing this moment that my daughter, who's now 24 years old, she would sit in the back seat behind me, and I would say phrases like, "Baby, can you roll up the window?" Or "Can you roll down the window?" Now, her entire life, that has always meant pushing a button. She's never actually physically rolled up or down anything, right? That's not her worldview. But my vocabulary was locked in an old paradigm. I was stuck in an old way of thinking, right? I should be saying, "Baby, can you push the window?" Right? That would have been something she could relate to, but yet I got stuck. Here's another example. Whether you use Apple or Microsoft technology, the saved icon on our computers looked like this, right? You've seen this before. Harkens back to a time when we would actually save information on a floppy disk, okay? Now think about this. If you handed an actual floppy disk to a 13-year-old kid today, they would look at you in bewilderment, wondering, why did you make a 3D printing of the saved icon for my computer, right? They have no reference for what this thing actually is. Now we're talking the world of technology, the most advanced, forward-thinking industry in our society, and yet they are locked in old paradigms. It's so easy to get stuck. It's hard to elevate our consciousness. We get comfortable with what we know. My favorite example comes from a true story. This 9-year-old kid went to his father and said, "Daddy, how come the movie icon on my tablet is a picture of a bunk bed?" This kid has no reference for film. He's never seen it, never used it, doesn't know what it is. But once again, technology is locked in an old paradigm. So if learners truly are the ones that need to, will inherit the earth and change, right? We got to position our minds to change. So my area of expertise is in the world of generational differences. So we're going to start there. But I want you to understand it is going to serve as an example, an illustration of how we can apply an elevated thinking to any lens of diversity, any difference that we encounter. But it's a great place to start. So I'm going to show, when we talk about different generations, and you've seen charts like this before, there's nothing new or innovative here. Depending on who you study, it might be plus or minus a year from one generation to the next. But let me just kind of quickly get a highlight of what we're describing. The other reason I like to do this is I want to get a sense for who my audience is. So as I quickly walk through describing these generations, do me a favor. When I come to your generation, I'm going to ask you to identify yourself. That being said, feel free to bump yourself up or down a generation as you see fit. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. There's a group of folks that we refer to as traditionalists. They were born prior to 1946. I'm just curious, do I have anyone in this room today that was born prior to 1946? I see 2 hands, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. What a nice and beautiful broad audience of diversity we have here. Give them a hand. On my flight down here from Minneapolis, I sat next to a gentleman and we struck up a conversation. Turns out he was 81 years old, Norm. And Norm was flying back from a hunting trip with his kids in Michigan, where he was out chasing deer. And then when he got back, he was going to drive 2 hours to his home here in Tennessee. And he was describing how he retired 25 years ago. I was like, "Norm, you have been retired as long as I have been a professional, man. That's amazing." I said, "What have you done with 25 years of retirement?" And he's started to describe all the businesses that he's started over the course of his career, the philanthropic work that he does. I mean, this guy was amazing. So you know what they say, 110 is the new 80. So congratulations for those of you who are still alive and kicking and bringing great value. Then there's the baby boomers, born between 1946 and 1964. Where are my baby boomer friends here in the audience? Quite a few of you, maybe the vast majority of you. Largest generation in American history, have made a hugely significant impact on our culture, on our society. We'll talk a little bit about how sometimes you're misunderstood in our day and age. I want to give you some value. Then there's my generation, Gen X, born between 65 and 79. Do I have any folks about my age? Awesome, quite a few of you, fewer than the boomers, but still here, glad that you're here. Interestingly enough, Gen X is the smallest generation in recent American history. And if you've ever been to one of these conversations about generation, you might notice that people rarely talk about Gen Xers. All the conversation is around baby boomers retiring and what this means to the future of the cooperatives, or millennials coming in and disrupting everything. No one ever talks about Gen X. We're sometimes described as the forgotten middle child or the Jan Brady of the generational family tree, if you catch that reference, right? Well, in my session, I'm going to definitely give us our due. Then there are the millennials, born between 1980 and 1995. Do I have some millennials here and here? Okay, the numbers are getting smaller and smaller, but you are here. Millennials, thank you for raising your hands. Do not be afraid. This will not be a millennial bashing session. I firmly believe in the value of all generations, which brings us to the post-millennial generation, Gen Z, born between 1996 and 2010. There were a few young, I do, thank you. You guys, you proudly, the two of you, stood up here on your X's. You did exactly what you were told to do, and thank you so much for being here. Please stick around, because when I get to your generation, I want you guys to keep me in check, make sure I'm doing this thing right, all right? Great, so we have some folks in that generation as well. Now, here's the mistake. This is key. We're going to elevate your consciousness now. That's what the whole point is. Inclusive leadership, brighter Tennessee. Got to think a little bit higher. Mistake that often people make when they get introduced to this conversation is they think it's about the year that we were born. That's ridiculous. Human beings are far more complex than a date on a calendar. I firmly, as I study people, I recognize that we're made up of a lot of things that drive and fuel us. Your personality, the thing that was hardwired into your DNA. Your family, how your mother, father, grandparents, aunts, uncles raised you, their values, their morals, the work example that they gave you is a huge part of what makes you you. Your culture, where you grew up. If you grew up here in the South, that shaped the way, the foods that you eat, the music, the style, the accent, right? That's a part of what makes you you. I don't want to take anything away from that. I just want to elevate, add another layer to our thinking. When we study generations, we're trying to help you understand what shaped you when you grew up. The birth years are the starting point. What we're focused on are the formative years, basically your teenage years, the time of adolescent brain development when you're making up your mind about the world around you, what you believe about right, wrong, religion, truth, politics, what type of career you want to pursue, how you want to perform the duties of that career, what your preferred tools are to be successful. Psychologists tell us that when you're a teenager, your mind is almost like wet cement. It's absorbing experiences in a very unique way. As you mature through life, your mind kind of begins to solidify, and we get kind of locked or stuck in those preferred styles that we had when we were a teenager. They just have a big impact on us. Give you an example. Maybe you found yourself driving down the highway, and all of a sudden a song comes on the radio that was popular when you were in high school. Something almost physiological begins to happen to us. Your mind races back to the style of clothes that you used to wear, how you kind of rocked your hairstyle, the young person that you were attracted to, the cars that you used to drive, right? That music invokes a powerful emotion because it's tied to a very significant time in our lives. Now, you might hear great music your entire life, but there's something about that music that stands out to you. It really wasn't all that special. It's just about when you were growing up. So let me give this some application. I want to talk about our preferred communication styles. That was one of the things that was addressed in the introduction. If we're going to be successful in creating a brighter future, we've got to be able to communicate with one another. But this is where the rubber begins to meet the road. Depending on what generation I'm talking to, if I say, hey, think back to when you were a teenager, how did you used to connect with your friends? You start to see different conversations evolving. If I'm talking to baby boomers, you'll have a discussion about devices that used to look like this. Can you pull that up on the screen? There we go. The rotodial telephone. Now, I'm assuming most of the people in this audience are familiar with these, probably not those two young folks in the back. But I'm going to take you back to a time in history when this was the primary device of connecting with our friends, right? The good news back in the day was you don't have to dial 10 numbers like we do today. Back then, if you dialed 10 numbers, that meant you were using an area code, which meant you were making a long-distance phone call, which meant your parents would beat you, all right? I mean, long distance was expensive, right? Those aren't parentheses, those are warning signs. Keep out, do not disturb. Right, so in some rural communities, maybe only dialed 4 numbers, some 7. But here's the thing. If that combination of phone numbers that you were dialing had anything in there that resembled a 6, a 7, an 8, a 9, or a 0, it was a long way around that dial. It was not uncommon to make a mistake. You have to hang up 11 times, start the whole process all over again. So what did people in that era learn? You learned when you connect with people, you put more time into those relationships. You put more effort into that conversation. You didn't have voicemail and caller ID and things of that nature. So if you were going to make a connection with someone, you would say, you'd make an appointment to connect with that person. I'll be home Thursday night. We finish dinner around 6. I'll have the dishes done by 6:30. Why don't you call me sometime between 7 and 8? And then you patiently wait for the phone to ring. You learn professionalism, you learn patience. That was a part of your formative year experience. Fast forward to my generation, telecommunication technology got a little bit more advanced, and now we had pagers. I'm telling you what, my friends, if you had a pager when I was growing up, you were cool. Or you were a drug dealer. I mean, these are kind of the options, right? And we used to have so many phone numbers memorized. You knew if it was a personal call, professional call, you'd find a phone, call that person back. It was the beginning of the transition of mobile communications. I mean, that was a huge shift. You didn't have to be at a certain place. You could kind of stay in contact with mobility. One of the other big advances that came into existence for my generation was the answering machine. Now, this was amazing. We'd come home from work or school, look at the answering machine, we'd see the number 2, we'd get all excited. You had 2 messages. You would eagerly push the button. The first message would sound like this: hello, this is Robert from the auto shop. Please call me back at 35305. And Robert ran out of tape. That was all the time that he had to leave that message. But the second message would sound like this: this is Bob from the shop. Call me back 3530537. He would talk as fast as he could, right? That is how Gen Xers communicate. I want you to begin to understand how we were formed. We are short, sweet, and to the point. We blow in, we blow up, and we blow out. And for baby boomers, they were talking to Gen Xers when we entered the workforce, they thought we were a little bit unprofessional. Now, when Gen Xers communicate with millennials at the office, they think like we're attacking them, But from Gen Xers, we're just very efficient with our time. There's a lot on our plate, and so we want to make the most of the time we have. But fast forward to millennials, now you have the first generation in history that had access to cell phones in large numbers in their formative years. Now, I would venture to guess there's not a person in this room that does not own a cell phone. But this was the first generation that had them in their teenage years. What does that mean? For the first time in history, you have a group of young people who can bypass the gatekeepers of parents and call their friends directly. So they're calling their friends, cell phone to cell phone. They know their friend's going to answer, which meant they could always be their authentic selves. When I was growing up, my mother drilled proper phone etiquette into me. We didn't know who was calling the house. You didn't know if it was someone for my mom, someone for me, or business call. So my mother taught me how to answer the phone, represent our family well. This is the Gwoke residence, right? If I was calling my friend's house, I had to be ready for their parents to answer. If I was calling a young lady's friend's house, I had to be ready for her father to answer, Dad would get on the phone, my voice would lower 3 octaves immediately, right? Just go into my routine. Millennials, you could always be yourselves. Now here's where the tension started to arise. You have a generation entering the workforce And you have people my age or older, very confused, very frustrated, sometimes upset. I don't understand these young people. Why are they using a language that's inappropriate for the office? Why are they communicating with our members this way? This is just not the way we used to do it. And you have to realize this is a generation that didn't grow up with the informal lessons on formality like so many previous eras had. They didn't set out to frustrate anybody or make anyone angry. But see, with a minimal consciousness, that's what we jump to. Something's wrong with these kids. Right? With an elevated consciousness, you start to ask the question, why are they communicating that way? Maybe there's a reason here. Maybe they're not trying to make anybody mad. And you approach the communication a little bit different. Which now brings us to Gen Z. My two friends in the back and so many more in our world. Let me give a slight disclaimer here. This generation is still in their formative years. The oldest ones are 25 this year. The youngest ones are 11. Right? They're still coming of age. So I'm going to make some speculations about Gen Z. We're going to wrap up there, but just give you a slight precursor to what we're beginning to notice. One of the things that Gen Z is being introduced to, and again, whether you use Apple or Android, I'm assuming some of you might be familiar with these bubbles. Have you seen these? For the first time in human history, we can have a written conversation with someone in real time. Throughout history, I mean, going back to the Egyptians and papyrus paper, written communication was always formal. It had rules and guidelines. It was used in books and literature and resumes and job applications, so it had to be a little bit more formalized. Now, it's kind of creating a new style of conversation. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. I have a daughter, as I mentioned, 24 years old. She is in this generation. She is the pride of my life. We are very close. She is my darling. And a few years ago, we were having lunch together. This is when she was in college. And halfway through lunch, she just kind of got a little bit serious with me. And she says, Dad, how come when you send me text messages, you're so angry? I said, what are you talking about? She goes, I mean, we have so much fun in person, but every time you send me a text, you're always so mad. And I just don't understand why. I was confused. So I reached into my pocket, I pulled out my cell phone, I pulled up the last text that she and I had exchanged at that time because I wanted her to give me some clarity around what was frustrating her. I'm going to share the text with you now, if you can pull that up on the screen. Here's the text that we discussed. Again, this is a few years ago. She was in college. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I was at the office. She was about to start her part-time job, so I sent her this text. Have a good day at work, baby. 10 o'clock at night, I have not heard back from my child, so I'm getting a little bit concerned. I said, hey, I'm heading to bed. Are you okay? To which she replied, yeah, sorry, I'm at Applebee's. Sleep good. I'll be home in a bit. I said, okay, love you. She looked at me and said, see how angry you are? I said, what are you talking about? I said, I love you. She said, that's not what you said, Daddy. This is what you said, and here's an exact quote. She goes, what you said was, okay, love you. Not because I want to, but because I have to. You cost me too much money in college. You suck as a daughter. I said, how do you get that out of this? She said, well, Dad, you ended the text in a period. I said, are you telling me I can't use punctuation? She said, no, we use punctuation all the time. If you're excited, use an exclamation point. If you have a question, use a question mark. But if you use a period, that means you're mad. Gen Z, am I right? Look at the heads bobbing back there. Yes, yes. Apparently, this was highly offensive language. I had no clue. Up until that time, what I thought was proper grammar, she's now interpreting as Papa's grumpy, okay? Now, here's the deal. As I mentioned, I grew up in a time when written communication had rules. What's now evolving through the world of texting is these unwritten rules, are these unwritten rules that are designed to show emotion and feeling and how my day is going, okay? We've always done that through eye contact and handshake and posture. But now this new form is developing. Now imagine this. This is my daughter. I love her. She loves me. We have a great relationship, a strong connection. But if that frustration can arise in the context of that point of connection, how much more so for the future of Tennessee? Those generations of folks that you're going to be hiring and working and leading and training and onboarding and supporting. If we don't raise our consciousness to what's going on, we're going to be relegated to just getting frustrated with your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids. But all of a sudden we start to understand one another better. That's what inclusive leadership is all about. It's taking the lead and saying, you know what, I want to take the time to listen, help you feel appreciated and understood. Now let me give you another reason why this is so important right now at this point in history. I've been studying generations from a lot of different angles. Now, here in Western culture, we always look at time as a linear experience. When you study Eastern culture, they look at the cyclical nature of time, these seasons that repeat themselves. And after doing quite a bit of study on this over the last 5 years, I want to just kind of elevate your consciousness to something that's really important for us to think about, understand what's going on, hopefully give you some hope in the process. But I want to look at this from a cyclical nature. So I've got the 4 primary generations that we're going to address here today on the board there, and I'm going to draw a circle here. I want you to think of this like a clock, okay? Clocks move clockwise. At the top of the clock, I have the year 1943, all right? That's the height of World War II. Baby boomers were the post-World War II generation. Now, many of you have heard the phrase that history repeats itself, okay? What I find interesting is why. That's the question I want to know. Why does it repeat itself? And the theory goes like this, right? World War II, most certainly a tough time, a difficult time in world history. And what they say is that tough times create strong people. Strong people create good times. When times get good, it makes it possible for society to get comfortable. And when we get comfortable, it opens the doors for more tough times. This takes 80 years or 4 generations to cycle through. That's why I was so intrigued by the fact that this is the 80th event like this, 80th annual meeting. Thank you very much. 80 turns. You've been through this. Now, I began to ask the question, well, where's the proof, right? What are we looking for here? So I did a little math. Not much, but a little bit. 1943, if that is the height of World War II, what happens if we back up in time exactly 80 years? The year would be 1863, and we're in the height of the Civil War, or the War of Northern Aggression, depending on where you grew up. Back up 80 years prior to that, the year would be 1783, and we're in the last year of the Revolutionary War. Which now begs the question, what happens if you fast forward exactly 80 years from 1943? The year will be 2023. Now, I'm not saying that war is coming. Yes, I am. War doesn't have to show up in the form of bombs and bullets anymore. But it is a mindset. It's a behavior. It's a polarized society that says, I'm right and you're wrong. And it starts to enforce its tyrannical arm on others that should behave like you. And it's concerning. So when I do this presentation, I'm appealing to you as leaders because I have this strong belief that's contrary to what society might try to be saying right now. I can stand up here, look you all in the eyes, and say this from the bottom of my heart. You are not the problem. Hear me on this. Again, this is a black guy standing on a stage in 2021 looking at this audience saying, you are not the problem. You are the solution. Especially from what I understand about the heart and the work that goes on in these electrical cooperatives, rural cooperatives. The reason I can honestly say I believe you are the solution is because, number one, you are leaders. That's why you're here. You have the ability to lead change. And number two, you have an amazing heart. I know you're caring people, or you wouldn't be here. And with that combination of influence and right belief system, as we sang our national anthem and said that Pledge of Allegiance to unite these states, right? That's where the true power comes. I'll give you just a brief window. I am not a neuroscientist, but I have been studying for the last year and a half just how our physiology works and our brain works. And this person in the lower right-hand corner, Dr. Joe Dispenza, I'd encourage you to write his name down, go and do some of his research, because he has some great teaching on just how to change as people and change society. But one of the things that he said is the brain is naturally a record of the past. In other words, as we research the brain, it just gets comfortable. We start to repeat the same steps because we just pay attention to the past and we do that over and over again. That's why history repeats itself. That's why our lives don't seem to change. But he said it doesn't have to be that way. He says when we install new neurological hardware, we program our brain to become a map to the future. Now, I just wanted to quote him, but I'll make it in simpler terms. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the German poet and philosopher, author, statesman, he said it this way: if you look at a man the way he is, he will become even worse. However, if you look at him as how he could be, he'll become what he should be. If you just take things the way they are, nothing's going to change. But if you begin to elevate our consciousness, think about things different, it will get better. Wayne Dyer said, if you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. Right? So that's what this is all about, raising our consciousness, beginning to look at things differently. So I'm going to, again, use generations as a roadmap, a guideline for us, but we'll apply it in a broader scope. How many are familiar with this phenomenon over the last couple of years? Okay, boomer. Have you heard that before? How many? Hey, a lot of people are like, I'm not sure what this guy's talking about. Okay, boomer. Okay, boomer. Apparently, young people, specifically Gen Z, have gotten a little frustrated with the baby boomer generation. They're blaming you for destroying the environment, destroying the economy, making their lives a living heck. You boomers. Absolutely a misunderstanding of who you really are and the ease of just going to a blame mode. So I just want to take a few moments, we've got quite a few boomers in here, and just highlight the value, just to scratch the surface of the value that you truly brought to the table. First of all, baby boomers are, as I mentioned earlier, the post-World War II generation. Your parents went through the Depression. They went through World War. And all of a sudden, when you came along, society said, let's make the world a better place for our kids. You had these incredible leaders like John F. Kennedy who said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. And all of a sudden, a generation began to rise up and say, yeah, I can make a difference. I can make things better. I had a baby boomer in my audience a few years ago. I mean, one of the things I love about this era is you're not satisfied to sit back when you don't like the way the things are. You're willing to get involved and fight back. When women didn't have the same opportunity as men, you reinfused the women's rights movement, fought for equal pay. When people of color didn't have the same opportunity, you started the civil rights movement, making my life as a kid growing up in the 80s a little bit better because of the sacrifice that you were willing to make in the 60s, right, before me. So I had this boomer in my audience a few years ago. He said, Phil, I can describe our generation's formative years in 4 words. He said it was love, peace, sex, and war. I said, sir, you've just described my first marriage. You know, it's kind of like the highest highs and lowest lows and everything in between. Right? Exciting time to come of age, all kinds of change happening. And to my Gen Z young people who might get frustrated with this generation and say, oh, they're so stuck in their ways. No, not at all, right? There was a generation before you that was all about chain of command. Boomers came in and it was about change of command. How can we mix things up? How can we make them better? How can we improve? This is the generation that was early adopters of change. But one of the other things that we need to understand about this era is the thing that gave you your name, the baby boom. Between the years of 1948 and 1964 in America, there were a child was born every 8 seconds in this country. You had this swelling population society wasn't ready for, and so when boomers were starting off in their life, they realized there's a lot of people around them. Went off to school, there might not be enough desks in the classroom, might not be enough books to go around. You endured the oil embargo of 1972, 1973, there's not enough gas in the gas station. When you started your careers, you're up against 80 million of your cohorts, there's not enough jobs to go around. So boomers realize if I don't do something to stand out and get the job done, there's someone next in line who might take this job from me. So boomers would show up 5 minutes every day before the boss got to work to make a good impression. They would stay 5 minutes every day after the boss left to make sure everyone knew that they were committed. They turned the 40-hour work week into the 50, the 60, the 70, the 80-hour work week. Boomers had a phrase, don't dress for the job you have, dress for the job you want. Show up polished, show up on time, bring that A game. So that mindset brings great value when we look at some of the traits, this idealistic nature that we can make things better, polished in the way that they present themselves, highly competitive. But one of the things that I would caution us and kind of elevate our thinking around, there's a study out there right now that says every day in America, 10,000 baby boomers turn age 65, okay? Large generation on a huge shifting time frame. Now, if we're not careful, we could misinterpret what this milestone actually means, okay, 65. Read a book a couple years ago by Chip Conley called Wisdom at Work. And in this book, he cites this study. He says he was looking at the average age of people entering a nursing home here in the United States. He said in 2018, the average age that people looked at this, went into that assisted living was 81 years old. In 1950, though, the average age of someone entering a nursing home was 65. In a relatively short amount of time, people are learning to eat better, exercise more, get their regular checkups, have access to hopefully better health care, and so people are living longer, better. I sat next to Norm on the airplane. He's nowhere near going into a nursing home. Right? This guy's active and alive and passionate. And so if we're not careful, we could say, well, 65 years old. I remember my grandparents at 65, they were ready to slow down. Not this generation, okay? In fact, here's a study that says people between the age of 55 and 65 are 65% more likely to start a company than those between 20 and 34. All of a sudden, they're hitting this milestone saying, wow, I still look good. I still feel good. I've got a lot to offer. That's why you're here today. So we have to re-educate people who kind of say, well, yeah, no, that group full, they're slowing down. They don't have much to offer. No, there's a lot to offer. And one of the things that I like to remind folks is over the course of time, they've gained wisdom, they've gained experience, and they have the competitive mindset to say, how can we remain on the cutting edge? Society is shifting as we think about the transition from, fossil fuels to, electricity powering our country, right? There's the ability to find new ways to make this work with a mindset if you tap into it the right way and how to do it correctly. One of the strategies that I like to offer when engaging baby boomers is to approach change as a way to maintain that competitive edge. If someone seems resistant to a new idea, it might be because they don't see the personal value to it. Over the course of a rather lengthy lifetime, you're not just interested in change for change's sake. It has to make sense. But if you can make a strong argument as to how this is going to keep our cooperatives alive and vibrant and profitable and serving our communities, and you can illustrate that point, you can probably gain the favor of those who are really passionate about making sure that they always show up their very best, right? But you got to first understand where they're coming from. That's that elevated consciousness I was talking about. That's what inclusive leadership says. It says, hey, I understand, you grew up in a different time, different place, different space, but I want to hear what matters most to you. Talk a little bit about this lady. When you see this image, I'm just curious, is anyone in this audience, what name comes to mind? Okay. For those that might have not heard that or might not know this, what they were saying out there was Karen. Now, I mean no disrespect to anyone in here whose name is Karen. I didn't come up with this. But again, young people are misinterpreting some of these folks. This look has been identified with a Karen. Karen is someone who walks into your cooperative and they want to talk to the manager, right? They are not happy. There's something wrong with that line technician that came out to my house, and I need to talk to someone now. Okay, that's Karen's whole mindset. Now, let me, again, disclaimer, Karens aren't always women. There can be men Karens as well. I don't know what the comparable name is for that. Kevin, I don't know. But one thing I will tell you, all Karens have in common, they're Gen Xers, okay? It's usually people between 40 and 55. That's your Karen. Now, I want to tell you what happened to Gen X, because again, you can get frustrated with Karen, but you're not taking the time to understand where she's coming from and what shaped her identity. This is this elevated consciousness. Okay? So let's talk about the Gen X formative years experience. When baby boomers came on the scene, they were told, you're going to be awesome, you're going to change the world, you're the pride of our eyes. When Gen X came onto the scene, society took a bit of a shift. We were the first generation that was told, you're probably not going to do as good as your parents did. The messaging shifted. Society got real honest with these kids, with my childhood. Let me give you an example. I'm assuming most of you are familiar with the entertainment enterprise called Disney, right? You've heard of Disney. When baby boomers came onto the scene, that's when Disney, really came into being. You had, the Wonderful World of Disney. Families would gather around the television on Sunday nights, watch that. The Mickey Mouse clubs, make kids feel good. Once again, when millennials were coming up, Disney exploded. Radio Disney, TV Disney. You had movies featuring cultures around the world. It was awesome. But when I was growing up, this was the only time in Disney's history when they laid off animators. Why? Because across the entertainment industry, the message shifted. It was no longer about entertaining our kids. It was about being really just to the point, right? 50% fewer movies made for children in the Gen X years in comparison to that of the baby boomers before us or the millennials after us. Now, I'm not saying they didn't make movies about children. Of course they did. But there were movies like Children of the Corn, The Exorcist, Poltergeist, Carrie, The Omen. I'm telling you, kids were depicted as the devil when I was coming up. Right? And that begins to mess with your head a little bit. You can see how that's shaping us. Once again, another big shift. Think about the institution of NASA. If I talk to baby boomers about NASA, they'll be, oh my goodness, the space race, the moon landing, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. It's awesome. Talk to NASA with Gen Xers, they're gonna be like the Challenger explosion, right? For the first time in history, we're gonna put a civilian in space. Who did we choose? A teacher. Why? Because we can all relate to a teacher. We've all had a teacher change our lives at one time or another. Kristen McAuliffe gets on the space shuttle with 6 other astronauts. We get this great idea. Let's get all the children in America to watch it live on television. I was in Mr. Tatalovich's 9th grade English class. I will never forget it. 1 minute and 13 seconds into the flight, the screen starts filling up with smoke. And that night in the news, it wasn't, we did it. It was, whose fault is it? What went wrong? These were the experiences that shaped the Xer mindset. We were the first generation that was exposed to this new thing called CNN and 24-hour news. We grew up on a steady diet of all the things going wrong in the world. Now, don't get me wrong. One network saying that in 2021 would be awesome, but we were the first. So we grew up on things like the Enron scandal, the Exxon Valdez oil spill. There are some Xers old enough to remember one president saying, I am not a crook. Later on, another president said, I did not have, and you can fill in the blank from there. That joke doesn't go over well in Arkansas, but you guys know. You can get it. We had the O.J. Simpson chase, the O.J. Simpson trial. Right? Never forget where I was when I found out Milli Vanilli weren't even singing those songs. Only bit of good news for Gen Xers was at least we had the Cosby Show. Yeah. Can't trust big business. You can't trust your sports figures. You can't trust your entertainers. You can't trust your politicians. We started to feel like we couldn't really trust anybody. One of the other experiences that we endured was the divorce rate was 3 times higher than it for Gen Xers as kids than it was for baby boomers that came before us. Introduced a new language in the English, new phrase in the English language, latchkey children. So when we look at some of the traits that shape Gen Xers, one, very skeptical, very self-reliant. Our motto is if you want something done right, you do it yourself. Efficient with our time. We don't have time to waste. So you want to understand why Karen or people who are frustrated or tense or might be going through things, why they're showing up that way. You can react, like most people do, or you can respond. So let me take some time to understand what's going on here. That's inclusive leadership. Let me show you an image. Some of you might remember back in the day, used to be this thing called the door-to-door salesperson. Right? Deals were done with a handshake. Your word was your bond. There was trust in communities. Your kids went to school together. You saw each other in the games on Friday nights. It makes sense to welcome this person over to your house. Gen Xers, when someone tries to sell us on something, we don't see you like this person. We see you more like this person, right? Some sleazy car salesman trying to get something over on us. I don't believe you. Every one of the businesses I'm about to show you was started by a Gen Xer. You're familiar, I'm assuming, with all of these. But you might not know the backstory. In every case, the Gen Xer said, you know what? I don't trust salespeople. I don't trust advertising. I don't trust commercials. I want to find out what other people's experiences were and then make the best decision for me. That's how all of these things came into existence, right? There was a reason, and it brought great value. So when you think in terms of the value of folks from that generation, what they bring to the table, this efficient, self-reliant, they're going to get the job done, and you can trust them to follow through with what they're going to do and follow through in a timely manner. But if you're going to engage them, if you're going to communicate with them, you never want to try to sell them on something, but you want to just, how can you be a resource for everything that they need in their world? Let's talk about our friends, the millennials. Or talk with our friends, not talk about them. They're here in the room. That would be rude. Millennials, a little bit of a shift once again. Now society has this new crop, this new generation of young people entering the workforce. And they bring great value. I think I just recently read a study that 62% of millennials currently are managing people. Have to understand, 2021, the oldest millennials are 41. We can't think of them as young people starting out anymore. They're very effective. But then you come across studies like this. This is kind of interesting. When asked what the right amount of time is to stay in a single role before being promoted or moving to another, about 2/3 of millennials said less than 2 years. And a quarter said less than 12 months. Now here's where the frustration begins to set in. What's wrong with kids these days? How come they're not as loyal as we were? They're so entitled, and so on and so forth. And we get really frustrated. I do a lot of trainings for organizations where, large organizations where I'll do onboarding classes. So there might be like 100 new hires that they just brought to their organization. Invariably, I'll always have some leader who says to me, Phil, when you get in there and you talk to our young people, you have to tell them they can't have everything they want right away. They have to learn to pay their dues. They have to learn to wait their turn. Who do they think they are, thinking they can just have whatever they want when they want it? And then I politely respond and say, sir or ma'am, do you have Amazon Prime? Because I have Amazon Prime, and I can have everything I want whenever I want it. We're living in such a new day and age that's shaping the mindset of young people. You have to understand the expectations that we might have developed in one era are so shifted now as we get more comfortable. We always talk about technology influencing young people. I had a gentleman in my audience years ago. He was from the traditionalist era. And he said, Phil, I remember when TVs came into existence. There's always been new technology. We can't get caught up on just the word technology. We want to go a little bit deeper, find out, well, how is this technology shaping people? To do this, I'm going to show you a piece of tech some of you might remember. How many remember this fine piece of machinery? His hands going up. Apple's Macintosh came out in 1985. 128 kilobytes of computing power, my friends, which is roughly the size of 2 tweets in society today. Not a lot. If you're an older millennial in here, you might remember this as one of the first machines that you used at school or at home. You used to play Oregon Trail, you get dysentery and call it a day. I mean, that's kind of what you could do with this. Not a lot of power. That same group of young people, by the time they went off to college, Apple released its first generation iPhone, which could download ringtones 10 times the size of that other machine. So when we talk about the influence of technology on young people, it's not just the technology, it's the rate of change that they got used to. They had this expected mindset, there's something new coming out all the time. When I was growing up, my mother had an avocado green telephone. It hung on the kitchen wall of our house. It was, in fact, rotodial, and it had a coil cord that could extend to 4 different rooms in that house. If you wanted a private conversation, you would take it into the bathroom. The rest of the family had to do the limbo underneath those cords. You remember the time I'm talking about. Now, here's the thing. That phone hung on our kitchen wall for the 15 years that I lived in that house. We never changed it. According to my mother, why? Because it worked just fine. Ask a young person today, how long do you plan to keep your phone? 2 years? 18 months? Till the next one comes out? Why? Because in 2 years, this phone will not be able to handle the new technology. In other words, this phone's going to become obsolete in just a couple years. What is happening is you have a whole generation of people who have come to realize, right? Just like the world around you, if you don't upgrade it, if you don't, advance it, right? They're thinking to themselves, if I don't have a new opportunity, at least every 2 years, I might become obsolete. What many of us have misinterpreted and said, okay, these young people are entitled, or they're not loyal, or they're impatient, is really a desire to stay relevant, to stay on the cutting edge, to remain useful. Change the way you look at things. The things you look at will change. 71% of millennials who plan to leave their employer in the next 2 years are unhappy with how their leadership skills are being developed. You see, what's unfortunate is we've always interpreted advancement in an organization as either a promotion or a pay raise. When you have a group of people who are saying, I want to just keep getting better as a person, grow my skills, challenge me, develop me, help me grow. Right? Who doesn't want that person on their team? But if you look at that person as just someone who's entitled or fill in the blank, yeah, you're probably not going to want them there. Inclusive leadership says, let me find out what's really going on behind the scenes and engage that person with where they're at. Millennials tend to be very collaborative. They're looking to innovate and improve. Your industry is on a huge technological shift where you're trying to figure out how do we infuse all these new approaches to energy. And you got 75 million millennials who are asking that same question and wanting to help you answer it. They want to do it in the context of an experience that they're proud of. Millennials tend to be very innovative, collaborative. They become power, it's their tool for personal acceleration. They can help your organization accelerate as well. But you want to highlight those opportunities that you can help them grow. Now, I've got a whole workshop on how to do this, but I'll just give you a quick insight. When I started my career in the early 90s, hiring managers would always ask this question: Phil, what's your 5-year plan? Right? Always had to be ready to answer that 5-year plan question. And then you realize the best way to answer is to look at them and say, in 5 years, I want your job. Right? Okay, there's an ambitious young man. Let's hire him. Say to people, young people today, what's your 5-year plan? They're like, dude, I don't even have a 5-minute plan. What are you talking about, 5 years? That's so long. You have to change the conversation. Right? If you think about it, you might not be ready to advance in your career for 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. You might not have the skill sets. But you got to change the way that you grow people. You can't say, well, 5 years from now you'll be ready, 7 years from now you'll be ready. What you want to say is, over the next 5 years, here are the steps that I want to see you accomplish and grow. The first 6 months, we're just going to help you understand your job. The second 6 months, we're going to help you understand how your job fits into the greater context of what we're doing here at the cooperative. After that, we're going to help you understand why we chose certain people like David and Trent to serve as leaders within our organization. They have these qualities. We want you to begin to understand what those qualities are. And you map out in 6-month increments what the next 5 years could look like for them and how they're going to continue to grow. Now you've created an exciting journey, a pathway to success that they're going to hang on 6 months at a time and stay with you for longer periods of time because they recognize that you care about their growth. It's just a different approach. See a person the way he is, they'll only get worse. See the person the way they could be, they'll become what they should be. You want to paint that picture as clear as you can. Let's talk about Gen Z for just a moment. Again, still in their formative years. But think about this. This is the only generation alive today who can say they started their career in a global pandemic. You might say, well, hey, I started my career in the late 70s, early 80s, man. There was stagflation. The interest rates on homes was like 17, 18%. It was insane. The pressure was remarkable. And they're going to look back at you and say, global pandemic. Maybe you say, no, I started my career in the late 90s. You never heard about this. You don't know about this, but there was this thing called Y2K. It was looming over our heads. The whole system was going to crash. It was the dot-bomb bubble. You didn't know what you could trust, and they're going to be global pandemic. You know, the whole world was in a pandemic. You're going to say, no, I started my career in 2008, 2009. It was the Great Recession. Gas prices were like $5 a gallon. They're going to look at you and say, gas prices? You mean you could go somewhere? You see, because I was on lockdown, in a global pandemic. Okay? This is changing the dynamic. We have no idea the impact on what this is going to do to our young people. So we have to be additionally sensitive and curious and take the time to understand where they are coming from. I happen to have a stepson. His name is Ben. Ben's 17 years old, great young man. And a couple years ago when he was in middle school, I was hanging a picture in the living room. The wall was 75 inches wide. I want to hang the picture right there in the center. Ben was sitting on the couch watching TV. Now my dad, he was a math genius. That's how he came to this country, electrical engineer. And so he always quizzed me. He did these mental math quizzes. We'd be checking out of a grocery store, and he would make me, do if the bill was $17.82 and they handed him a 20, how much would the change be? And I had to be able to answer those math questions quickly. So I thought, well, what a great opportunity. I'm going to challenge Ben on his math skills. Wall's 75 inches wide. I want to hang the picture right there in the middle. I say, hey, Ben, what's 75 divided by 2? Ben says, hey, Alexa, what's 75? And I said, no, you're cheating. You're missing the point. I'm trying to challenge you. That was my reaction. But then I had to apply some elevated consciousness. See, I never grew up with any tools like this. This is Ben's world. If he wants to help Phil get the answer as quick as possible, why wouldn't he access the tool that could provide the solution that I'm looking for? We're we're so quick to freak out when people don't do what we expect them to do. Came across this study from Dell Technologies. This is powerful. It was conducted in 2018. The results came out in 2019. They studied 12,000 people from this era. And one of the most remarkable things that they found about Gen Z is that they're yearning for more human connection. Turns out the more high-tech our society becomes, the more high-touch its human beings are beginning to long for. See, because at the end of the day, we're all human beings. You say, well, you don't understand, Phil. I watch my grandkids. I see my kids. They're on their technology all the time. That's all they like. Yep, they're good at it. They're used to it. It's a comfort level, okay? Typically, Ben comes home. He's frustrated, had a bad day at school. I know kind of his go-to spot is to go downstairs and play some video games. And my response might be, hey, why don't you go downstairs, play some games till we cool off. Dinner's going to be in a couple hours. We can connect then. After reading this study, I tried a different approach. Came home one day, something bad had happened, and I just walked over to Ben and I gave him a big hug. I said, it's going to be okay. His response shifted. He wasn't expecting that from me, but all of a sudden he stayed upstairs, he's talking to me, he's asking questions, because he's longing for that connection that we're so easily overlooking. The study went on to say 75% of Gen Z want to learn from peers on the job, not some online program. Pointed out that over half prefer going into an office versus working from home, and 58% want to work on a team versus independently. Now, let me be careful. This was done pre-pandemic, so Gen Z is still concerned about health and well-being, so that's probably skewed a little bit. But the point is, there's that desire for real, meaningful connection. Gen Z growing up in this world is very risk-averse. They don't want to put themselves in danger or put your organization in danger. But given the work that you do with the cooperatives, I know safety is of your utmost priority. Here's a group of people that are going to help you remain safe. They're resolved in their belief system. They have this strong sense of true north. And you might not agree with everything that they believe in, but here's the point. Inclusive leaders don't always have to agree with everything and everyone that they encounter. They just take the time to understand where they're coming from. Agreement is not understanding and vice versa. It just means let me take a breath here and figure out why you feel and believe that way. And they're looking, ironically, they are cooperative. I didn't put that in there for you guys. That's what we're learning about Gen Z. They want to help. They provide support for an organization, and they're looking for people who are supportive. They're entering the workforce with this very realistic perspective on what needs to be done. A little bit more concrete than previous generations. So you want to provide an environment that provides personal coaching and maintains meaningful connection. So what does brighter leadership, inclusive leadership, enlightened leadership look like across these generations? Well, it means remembering that baby boomers still have a lot to offer, and they are willing to change if you provide a strong enough reason. That Gen X might point out some of the problems in the situation, but that is there to develop solutions. It brings good value. Millennials are equally as loyal as any other generation, especially if they can see the path and believe in the cause. And then Gen Z, they may be digital natives, but they're looking for friendly islanders. They're looking for community. They're looking for connection. Right? We can't panic when things don't quite look the way that we do. I won't take a lot of time to highlight this article, but I would encourage you, if you're taking pictures of the screens, grab this one. This is a beauty. Wharton School of Business out of the University of Pennsylvania did this study, just released last March, I believe, if I'm seeing, last March of 2021. And the article's titled Perspective Taking, a Brain Hack That Can Help You Make Better Decisions. And they looked at the year 2020, the pandemic, and how many businesses went to remote work. And they were trying to study, all right, were we able to be successful in a remote work environment? And as many organizations found, the reality was we can be as productive working from home as we can at the office. That shocked everyone. For years I did these trainings, and I had millennials saying, you know what, can't we just use technology? Do we always have to come to the office? Can we work from home? And some of the people my age and older saying, no, we can't do that. We won't be as successful. And turns out you can. We figured out how. We were thrust into complexity and we learned how to do it. Wow, we were forced to elevate our thinking. But what I also like about this article is it goes on to say, while productivity increased through 2020, creativity decreased. Because it turns out when you don't rub shoulders with people who think and talk and work differently than you, and you stay in your own little silo, you only do things the way that you've always done them, and you can't think outside the box, or in this case, think differently inside the box. So it's good to rub shoulders with people of different perspectives because it does make us stronger. I'll wrap up with this thought. I'm feeling a little guilty because I left everyone feeling like the end is near. The end is not near. I'd change your thinking to believe the beginning is very near. In fact, the beginning is right here in this room. As I said, you're not the problem, you're the solution. And the more people that we begin to behave and act like inclusive leaders, the more real positive change we can begin to see. So to give you this, I'm going to give you an illustration from the last time society went through this cycle, okay? The year here is 1863. After the war between the states, society went through this building back, right? Let's reconstruct, let's make things better. You had the railroad expansion, the driving of the Golden Stake. All of a sudden, mobility began to open up, very similar to the urban sprawl of the 50s and 60s, and the economy's doing better, and we're just kind of on the upswing here. That led to a shift where labor unions started coming in and trying to focus on the dignity of work and taking care of their people. Women's suffrage movement, that everyone should have the same rights, very similar to the 60s when society said, we're doing good, but maybe we should do better for all our people. That opened the door to the roaring 20s when you had advances like electricity and cars and airplanes, and all of a sudden there are these huge technological advances. And I want you to think about the people that were born and, they're come out of the upper right-hand corner, how they might have looked at folks in the 20s and those kids those days. They probably said, kids these days, they got it so good. Well, now they just flip on the radio. If I wanted to listen to music when I was growing up, I pulled out a harmonica and I played it myself, right? You can just see the tension between these generations at that time. We don't understand that because we didn't live there, but just use your imagination. So I want to give you an example of two people that were born in 1913, this era, similar to our millennial generation of this day and age. They didn't meet until 1936 when they were both 23 years old. And I want this to serve as an illustration of the type of leadership that I'm calling us all to when I talk about a raised consciousness and an elevated belief system about the people around us that we see that might be different, but we can still embrace them. Where did these two young people meet? They met at the Olympics in Berlin, Germany. One of the people was a young man by the name of Lutz Long. He, ironically, was a long jumper, an athlete for Germany, and everything that society idealized, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, etc. The same Olympics, America sent over a gentleman by the name of Jesse Owens. Again, both 23 years old, very different backgrounds, very different stories. Now, if you get the context of how the Olympics work, first you have to qualify to compete for your team, then you have to qualify to go for gold. When you get over to the host country, you have 3 attempts, in this case, to jump as far as you can to then go up against gold. Jesse Owens sets up for his first attempt. The green flag goes, it's his time to run, runs as fast as he can, flies through the air, hits the sand, poof, had a great jump. Looks back, red flag went up. He crossed the foul line. That jump doesn't count. He gets 2 more tries. Sets up for his second try, getting a little bit nervous. This time he held back, did not have a great jump at all. He's got 1 more try. And about that time, he feels a tap on the shoulder from Lutz Long. Now, I got to think as Jesse Owens is about to talk to this person, he's assuming he's going to put him down, make fun of him, because that was the culture of the day. But Lutz does something that blows my mind. Resisting all the pressures of the world around him, under the eyes of his leadership, he simply says in broken English, "Jesse, you're my best competition. Do me a favor, start your run a little further back, give it all you've got, you'll qualify easy." Jesse takes his advice, he jumps, he qualifies. The next day, they go head to head. Jesse Owens wins gold, Lutz Long wins the silver. Ironically, this other gentleman, and I don't recall his name, happened to be from Japan, who won the bronze. These three countries would be entangled in war in just a very short time. But for a moment, they could stand together as competitors. Now, here's the thing that's awesome. Over the course of the balance of those Olympics, you would see these two men spending time together, hanging out, talking, developing a friendship, teaching each other words in their native language. At a time you just don't do this. Now, I tried to think in our modern context, what would be a picture that might stir as much controversy in society today? I mean, imagine if a person from Texas and a person from California were seen spending time together at a sporting event. I mean, society might just lose their mind, like, whoa, you just don't do that. But some inclusive leaders say, you know what, I just value you as a person. After the Olympics, Jesse Owens came back to the United States. Lutz Long was drafted into the German army, sent to fight in some of the most dangerous territories. But these two men continued to exchange letters between one another. And I'm going to share with you the copy of the last letter that Jesse Owens ever received from Lutz Long. I won't read it all to you, but I'll highlight a very important paragraph in the middle. He says, "Jesse, the war isn't going good. I'm probably not going to be alive much longer. But my wife gave birth to my son in Germany. Could you do me a favor? When this war is over, can you find my son? Can you tell him about our friendship? And can you remind him that men can live as brothers?" Shortly after that, Lutz Long did die in World War II. But Jesse Owens never forgot his friend's request. And in the 60s, he went over to Germany. He found his son, Kai. They began to develop a friendship. And when Lutz's son, Kai, was to be married, Jesse Owens stood up as the best man in his wedding. You see, you have no idea the difference you can make when you shake off the confines of society's rules about each other and say, you know what, I'm going to treat this person just like a person. I'm going to take the time to find out why they are the way they are, who they are, and that they are just as valuable as everyone else around me. I believe you are not the problem. You are the solution. As inclusive leaders, we can make all the difference. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
I did tell you this morning that things will change. I just got an email that changed what we have to do next. So, but that speech was just wonderful. This young man just gave me a lot of insight what I need to do with the organization that I work for. We have folks that are coming to work for us that are 18 years old, and he's exactly right. They're coming to us saying, well, we need a new program. You need to put a new program in place. It's just amazing. So we all have to change. And I can look around this room and see how many leaders there are. And you can look around the room and see how many leaders there are here. Each one of you are leaders for your co-op, for your organization. So we've all got a lot of work to do in just a short amount of time. So thank you very much. That was very insightful for me. Okay, we're going to move on. I'd like to thank CFC for sponsoring Mr. Goki. It was very great. CFC did a wonderful job for us. Luke, I really appreciate that. I mean, Luke, excuse me. Excuse me. Ty, excuse me. Yes, I'm sure I'm going to get clobbered by that. Okay, but really, you really brought a very, very excellent speaker for us, and this was very helpful, not only to me, and I would hope for everyone else here. So thank you very much. That's great. All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and jump to a break. Our break is sponsored by Blue Stem Energy, and we're going to resume our organizational program at 10:30. So we've got a whole 30-minute break here. Thank you very much.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
I think we'll be good.
Cool.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
One more time.
1, 2, 3.
We should be good.
What is craftsmanship? It's not simply building something. It's building it well, with pride and purpose. Craftsman is a title reserved for an exclusive few. Those with a keen eye and uncommon skill. Skills earned through busted knuckles and sleepless nights. At the top of poles in raging storms. Through service and sacrifice, as iron sharpens iron. We're the people who build stuff. Rugged artisans who work in wood and wire and steel. Tennessee's electric co-ops take great pride in the work we do, the infrastructure we build, and the communities we serve. We are crafting the future of Tennessee's rural and suburban communities, investing in comfort and connection, in energy and opportunity, in people and places. Join us. Let's build a brighter Tennessee.
All right, folks, we're going to get restarted here. Please take your seat. As we enter into our business session, we ask that all voting members, delegates, move to the reserved area right up here in the front. Delegates should use the voting card provided when making or seconding a motion when voting. I would like to invite our Secretary-Treasurer, Mr. Albert Dykes, to the stage to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Kevin. Appalachian Electric Cooperative. Here. Caney Fork Electric Cooperative. Chickasaw Electric Cooperative. Are they here?
There it is, Lloyd's in.
Okay. Cumberland Electric Cooperative. Duck River Electric Membership Corporation. Fayetteville Public Utilities. Forked Deer Electric Cooperative. Fort Loudon Electric Cooperative. Gibson Electric Membership Corporation. Holston Electric Cooperative. Meriwether Lewis Electric Cooperative. Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. Mountain Electric Cooperative. Pickwick Electric Cooperative. Plateau Electric Cooperative. Powell Valley Electric Cooperative. Sequatchie Valley Electric Cooperative. Southwest Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation.
Here.
Tennessee Valley Electric Cooperative. Tri-County Electric Membership Corporation. Tri-State Electric Membership Corporation. Right here. Upper Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation. Volunteer Energy Cooperative. Blue Ridge Mountain Electric Membership Corporation. North Georgia Electric Membership Corporation. Appalachian. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to now read the official notice of the meeting. The annual membership business meeting of the Tennessee Electric Cooperative Association will be held at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time on Sunday, November 21st, 2021, and concluding around noon on Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021, at the Sonesta Hotel, Nashville, Tennessee, to take action on the following matters. 1, reports of officers and general manager. 2, report of resolutions committee. 3, election of trustees. And 4, all other business which may properly come before the meeting or any adjournment or adjournments thereof. And now the treasurer's report. The certified public accounting firm Dempsey, Van Treese & Follis, PLLC, audited the accounts of the Tennessee Electric Cooperative Association and subsidiary TECA Telecom, Inc. A copy of the auditor's report is available at the association's offices, 2964 Sidco Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. As Secretary Treasurer, I will attest that your Board of Trustees believes the financial condition of the association is as reported in the monthly financial statements and is borne out by the auditor's report. Okay, I now have the minutes of the last meeting, and I'll read them. Bless your heart.
Thank you, Mr. Dykes. I really appreciate that. I would now like to invite David Callis, Executive Vice President and General Manager of the Association, to the stage for the President and General Manager's report.
Thank you, Kevin. On behalf of TECA and our staff, I'd like to welcome all of you to the 80th annual meeting of the Tennessee Electric Cooperative Association. And after almost 2 years of teleconferences and Zoom meetings and Teams meetings, it's good to see all of you in person today. Even people you may not like, it's still good to see everyone. The mission of TECA is to provide leadership, advocacy, and support to unify and empower Tennessee's consumer-owned electric cooperatives. And for 80 years, TECA has served Tennessee's co-ops. And I propose that the association is just as valuable and relevant today as we were when we began.
In 1940, the Tennessee Public Service Commission began to assess the ad valorem taxes to electric co-ops, treating them the same as other profit-making institutions. Around the same time, the impacts of World War II began to impact supplies of materials, labor, and energy. Co-op leaders felt that a united front was needed to advocate for co-ops and to exchange information.
And as Tennessee's electric cooperatives evolve to meet the needs of your communities, TECA has also evolved. The issues may change, but the need for a strong, engaged, and active statewide association to carry our voice and protect our consumers remains consistent. And today, the association's work, our scope of work, has expanded to 7 primary areas of focus.
TECA advocates for co-ops on both the state and federal levels, from traditional legislative and regulatory affairs to grassroots mobilization and political engagement. TECA's government affairs team works to ensure that lawmakers understand issues impacting electric co-ops. Our team of staff, contract lobbyists, and legal counsel are well known and respected in both Nashville and Washington, D.C. And our efforts have resulted in millions of dollars in tax savings, reducing red tape and more than $100 million in grant funding returns to Tennessee co-ops.
A second area of focus for the association is telling the co-op story to consumers, lawmakers, and others. TECA's award-winning communications campaigns build and strengthen the image of electric co-ops. Our team helps co-ops navigate complex public relations and reputational issues when they arise.
When it comes to communications, there's no better tool available to co-ops than the Tennessee Magazine. The Tennessee Magazine, 84% of our readers read 3 out of the last 4 issues, and 98% report that they trust what they see in the magazine. If your co-op is not sending out the magazine to your consumers every month, I strongly urge you to consider doing so. Because of our volume, more than 8.2 million magazines delivered in the last 12 months, you can print and mail the magazine to your consumers for about 45 cents a piece. I'll remind you that it costs 55 cents to buy a postage stamp. This makes the Tennessee Magazine both an effective and affordable communications tool.
Another important part of TECA's work is to coordinate issues and relationships that matter to co-ops. Whether it's TVA, NRECA, the state of Tennessee, or other partners, TECA truly speaks on behalf of Tennessee's co-ops. And that's an area of work that continues to evolve, but our ability to respond quickly to issues of importance provides value to you and your consumers.
Co-ops are not only effective as our teams make us, TECA's education and training programs elevate the effectiveness and professionalism of the co-op directors, employees, and increase workplace safety and prepare co-ops for the rapid changes impacting our industry. Safety is a critical item to this industry, and more than 4,900 employees have participated in TECA's job training and safety program this year. Hundreds of others have participated in TECA's conferences and training opportunities for the directors, accountants, administrative professionals, and staff involved in engineering, operations, communications, and other functions.
And preparing a future generation of Tennesseans to lead and serve matters to our electric co-ops and the communities we serve. And that's why TECA coordinates the Washington Youth Tour, our Youth Leadership Summit, and 4-H Electric Camp. We help young people build leadership skills and develop a better understanding of history, engineering, and co-ops. And while the pandemic has impacted these programs in the last few years, we're excited to get the program back on track, hopefully in the next year. And Tennessee has long been a leader on the national stage for these programs, and that's something we're proud of.
TECA also works with other groups focused on the success of rural and suburban Tennessee. From the Farm Bureau to the Tennessee Council of Cooperatives, there is value in working together, and TECA coordinates these efforts on your behalf.
Co-op people are truly at their best during times of crisis. In February, several of your co-ops came to the aid of Upper Cumberland and Duck River following a major ice storm, and then Meriwether Lewis. And Tennessee also sent over 60 line workers to Louisiana following Hurricane Ida. When disasters strike, whether it's in-state or out-of-state, TECA coordinates mutual aid efforts to get the lights back on and life back to normal as quickly as possible.
The final area of focus for TECA is broadband. Since the passage of the Tennessee Broadband Accessibility Act in 2017, 15 electric co-ops, including my own, have launched projects to bring broadband to their consumers. These are capital-intensive enterprises that are subject to a myriad of laws and regulations. TECA has assisted those involved in this space to navigate these rules, and they have helped secure more than $100 million in grant fundings to make these projects a reality.
At TECA, we provide leadership to our cooperatives. That's our job. But in reality, as you heard from Mr. Wilkie, everyone in this room is a leader in your community, on your board, or back at your co-op. And the people in our communities depend on our leadership to make their lives brighter. We're going to take a closer look now and hear from some of those leaders that show how co-ops are building a brighter Tennessee.
As we mentioned earlier, co-ops are investing in a brighter Tennessee by bringing high-speed connectivity to thousands of rural Tennessees. We asked Jimmy Sandelin, CEO of Holston Electric Cooperative in Rogersville, to tell us more about the impact that broadband is having in his community.
In 2017, the Tennessee General Assembly passed the Broadband Accessibility Act, opening the doors for co-ops like Holston to provide broadband access to our consumers. Earlier this year, only 4 years later, our subsidiary, Holston Connect, hooked up our 10,000th broadband subscriber. Our consumers, both residential and commercial, were desperate for fast and affordable internet access, and we were fortunate to have a board willing to accept the risk of starting this project and a team willing to put in the work to make Holston Connect a reality. Holston Connect is now available to our entire service area, and thanks to grant funding, we've completed construction $15 million below budget and 2 years ahead of schedule. The events of the last 2 years have shown us that fast and affordable internet access isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. That's why we've invested time, money, and resources to build a robust optical fiber network. Modern healthcare, education, and commerce depend on a reliable, high-speed connection that wireless technologies simply can't provide. I'm proud that Holston Electric is one of the 15 electric co-ops in Tennessee that have launched broadband projects. Together, we're investing tens of millions of dollars to help build modern infrastructure deep into rural Tennessee. Our efforts are closing the digital divide and connecting thousands of Tennessee families and businesses with the rest of the world. The service we provide improves the overall quality of life and brings convenience and opportunity to thousands. Rural broadband connectivity is one of the ways co-ops are building a brighter Tennessee.
Co-ops are also building a brighter Tennessee by investing in modern, low-cost, and clean energy, new sources of generation. We've asked Greg Williams with Appalachian Electric to tell us more about an exciting new partnership at his co-op.
Hello, my name is Greg Williams, and I'm General Manager of Appalachian Electric Cooperative. For generations, this land has provided an important resource for our community. Soon, it will be used to produce another important resource. Appalachian Electric Cooperative and Morristown Utilities recently engaged in an agreement to build a 24.8 megawatt solar farm on this 200-acre property. Once completed, this project will provide energy for 5,000 homes in our area and help both utilities reduce our peak energy demand and lower our overall energy costs from TVA. In 2019, TVA announced that local power companies could generate up to 5% of their energy needs locally. AEC and Morristown could have each built our own projects, but many hands make light work. By working together, we can take advantage of the efficiencies provided by a larger project. The team at AEC and MU were honored to be named the 2021 Solar Champions by the Tennessee Solar Energy Industries Association for this project. This is a unique project where everyone involved benefits. We benefit by controlling our cost. The landowners benefit from a reliable source of income into their retirement. But most importantly, our consumers benefit from stable rates. The modern economy is increasingly turning to electricity as its primary fuel source. As this happens, you can be confident that electric co-ops are looking beyond traditional sources of generation to provide clean, affordable energy to our communities, now and well into the future. This is another way that co-ops are building a brighter Tennessee.
Co-ops are investing in a brighter Tennessee by giving back to the communities that they serve. We've asked Tammy Key from Upper Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation to tell us more about their charitable giving program and the work they're doing in their communities.
Upper Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation's team takes pride in our work to bring safe, reliable, and affordable energy to our communities. But our commitment to the areas that we serve goes well beyond keeping the lights on. Our UCMC Cares program supports charitable organizations that serve the health, safety, and educational needs of our community. Last year alone, we awarded more than $190,000 in grants to organizations that improve the quality of life in the UCMC service area. One of my favorite groups that we work with is an organization called Mended Hearts that provides portable AED devices to treat people facing sudden cardiac arrest in rural parts of our service area. So it's not a stretch to say that our UCMC Cares program has literally saved lives. Since our start in 2014, UCMC members have contributed more than $1.5 million. Upper Cumberland Electric is proud to work alongside many other electric co-ops in the state who seek out ways to give back. In fact, since the beginning of the pandemic, Tennessee's electric co-ops have given more than $2 million to local agencies who serve the real and immediate needs of the people in our communities. A little change can change a lot, and this is just one way that co-ops are building a brighter Tennessee.
And co-ops are also investing in a brighter Tennessee by securing jobs and economic opportunity for the communities we serve. Ford's recent announcement that it will build its Blue Oval City project in rural Tennessee is the culmination of years and years of hard work. But it's just one example of the work that every co-op does each day to bring the investment and jobs to their communities. We've asked Lloyd Muncie with Chickasaw Electric and Clint Malone with Kevin's co-op, Southwest Electric, to tell us more about the important work.
Earlier this year, Ford announced they would invest nearly $6 billion to build one of the largest, most advanced vehicle assembly plants in the world on this 3,600-acre site here in rural West Tennessee.
Once completed, Louisville City will produce Ford's next generation all-electric F-Series truck. The project is expected to create more than 27,000 new long-term jobs, nearly 32,000 short-term jobs during construction, and contribute $3.5 billion each year to the Tennessee economy.
While the assembly plant will be served by TVA, growth to support the project, everything from supplier factories to homes, restaurants, hotels, will be served by Chickasaw Electric and Southwest Tennessee Electric.
Projects like this don't happen by accident. For more than a decade, both of our co-ops have invested time and resources into making this project a reality. While no one could predict what, if anything, would be constructed here, the potential impact a project like this would have on the communities we serve made those efforts worthwhile.
This project will create thousands of good jobs, increase the tax base, and generate local career opportunities for young people. While the size of this project is unusual, it's not unusual for co-ops to work with their communities to recruit jobs and businesses.
That's right. Electric co-ops work closely with state and local economic development groups. We're there for the site visits, the feasibility studies, and the ribbon cuttings because we care about the places we serve and we want to see our communities grow and prosper.
The impacts of this Ford project and other economic development projects will have a positive impact on the people and places we serve for generations, and that's one way electric cooperatives are building a brighter Tennessee.
Finally, co-ops are building a brighter Tennessee by creating new opportunities for the people and places we serve. Last month, TECA announced a new partnership with Western Governors University. This partnership creates a $50,000 scholarship fund specifically for adult co-op members in Tennessee who are interested in starting or completing a college degree. Here to help us more is Kim Estep, Chancellor of WGU Tennessee.
To empower residents in rural areas to go back to school and further their education, WGU Tennessee has partnered with TECA to offer a scholarship opportunity for residents who are interested in pursuing a degree. The WGU Power Your Future Scholarship is valued at up to $3,000 and is available to electric cooperative members and staff enrolling in WGU Tennessee. WGU is the nation's only fully online, competency-based university, and both our bachelor's and master's degree programs cost less than $8,000 per year on average. WGU offers more than 60 accredited bachelor's and master's degree programs in business, information technology, K-12 teacher education, and health professions, including nursing. Whether you live in a small town, on a farm, or in the mountains, WGU's online degree programs are designed to fit the busy lives and often the tight budgets of working adult students. Visit wgu.edu/power to learn more. WGU is proud to partner with electric co-ops to build a brighter future for rural Tennessee.
Tennessee's future looks bright, and the work we do will play an important role in that future. I commend you, your directors, and your teams for investing in the future of the communities you serve. Thank you, David. And thanks to your entire team at TECA for everything you do to assist our co-ops. I'll ask the TE staff to stand so they may be recognized.
Trent, you didn't stand. I'm going to have to make a note of that. Kevin, we appreciate your leadership as board chairman. I, in particular, appreciate your leadership during the most challenging period for our association that in recent history. Your input, feedback, and guidance help the association better meet the needs of our members, and I and the entire staff are grateful for your service. Change is constant, and that's been especially the case since we were last together in person. As we close, I'd like to recognize some of our retired managers who are with us today. If you're in the room, please stand up. Hold your applause to the end. Carl Brandt, Jack Fox, Frank Jennings, and Michael Watson. I see none of them. We appreciate you being here. We're very grateful to the leadership that they provided to their co-ops, and this association over many years. We also have several new managers who are with us in this capacity for the first time. I'll ask you to stand and remain standing. We'll recognize you at the end. Jennifer Brogdon, Upper Cumberland. Brad Kopic, Powell Valley. Alan Glidewell, Blue Ridge Mountain. Lloyd Muncie, Chickasaw. Chris Stoya, Mountain EC. I know Chris is not with us. And though he's not retired yet, Bill Rogers at Caney Fork will soon be leaving, and Ben Newman has been selected as his replacement. We're glad Bill and Ben are both with us today. Let's give them a round of applause.
During our meeting today and tomorrow, we'll be focusing on the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I hope you find the information presented during these sessions helpful. We are celebrating TECA's 80th annual meeting. That's a long time. We're here today because visionaries like K. Thomas Hutchison and others identified a need and took action. They invested time, effort, money, and the results were not immediately clear. I hope that you will agree that their investment to create the statewide organization, TECA, paid off.
I did math in my head earlier. I didn't have Alexa or Google handy. And I think with the time I've been at the statewide and before that at Tri-County, I've been to about 27 or 28 of those meetings. So wow, that's a long time. I'll challenge you when you leave to go back to your co-ops and your boardrooms and identify the needs of your communities and take action, even if it takes time to see those results. The future is built on the actions of today, and there are few groups investing more in Tennessee's rural and suburban communities than our electric co-ops. I truly believe that the future looks bright for Tennessee's electric co-ops and TECA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Really appreciate that. Each passing year takes from our midst many valued leaders and friends from electrical co-ops, a number of whom were pioneers, and upon these efforts and dedications, our progress has been founded. It is with much sadness and a sense of great loss that we pay tribute to those who have passed away since our last annual meeting. We dedicate ourselves to the challenge to continue in their footsteps and to uphold the principles for which they strove. We, the delegates of the 80th annual meeting of the Tennessee Electrical Cooperative Association, pay our sincere respect and tribute to those listed by standing with bowed heads and humbled hearts as their names are read. Appalachia Electric Cooperative, Luther Frank Hutton, Darren Miller. Caney Fork Electric Cooperative, Ulysses G. Cully, Bill C. Lusk. Cumberland Electric Cooperative Association, Doris Alfred Cherry. Duck River Membership Corporation, Hazel Brandon, Terry Holder, John Moses, Lyndon Pridrum. Fayetteville Public Utilities, Sharon Gonzalez, Aaron Patrick. Fort Loudon Electric Cooperative, Shirley Hall, William A. Huddleston. Gibson Electric Membership Corporation, Raymond Harper, Don Leathers, Richard Skiles, David Summers. Holston Electric Cooperative, Ken Courtney, Bob Edens, Lois Howe. Meriwether Lewis Electric Cooperative, Mildred Bridges and Richard Miller. Middle Tennessee Electric, Tom Brewington, Mike Grandstaff, Brandon Johnson, Martha Ladd, Martha Mankin, Don Ricketts, Kimla Stacy, and Gerald Van Treese. North Georgia Electric Membership Corporation, Priscilla Jackson, Jean Pritt, Angela Stern. Pickwick Electric Cooperative, Anita J. McBride, Manyard Smith, Helen Spaldlin, Ronnie Morgan, Powell Valley Electric Cooperative, Dixie Bledsoe, Dean Love, Mikkel Sharp, Sequatchie Valley Electric Cooperative, Martha Lou Reynolds, Southwest Electric Cooperative, Terry Brown, Tennessee Valley Electric Cooperative, Jerry Wayne Franks, George Gray, Robert Caslin, Terry Thurman, Rendell Webb, Tri-County Electric Membership Corporation, James Hendricks, Ralph Law, Keith Taylor, Tri-State Electric Membership Corporation, Lee Hawkins, Richard Jones, Upper Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation, Jack Beller, Grove Ellenberg Jr., Kenneth Mindler, Volunteer Energy Cooperative, Maxie William Davis, Jerry Freeman, Melba Hudson, Mary Louise Liner, Tennyson, Mary Lucille Mason, Willard Herman Melton, Jim O'Donnell, and Larry Parker. Please be seated. It is now time to elect trustees for the association. We have 3 nominees for 3 positions on the TECA board. The nominees are Region 1, Don Rodemaker, Gibson Electric, for the manager position for a 4-year term. Region 2, Russ Dixon, Fayetteville Public Utilities, for the director position for a 4-year term. And in Region 3, Judith Robinson, Powell Valley Electric Cooperative, for a director position for a 4-year term. These candidates are unopposed. I entertain a motion for each region of the state to be elected by acclamation. Second. We've got a motion and a second for acclamation. And so the 3 members have, all in favor say aye. So we have, those 3 members are now on the board. Is there any additional business? Seeing none, I would like to invite Mr. Mike Barton, Tennessee's Electrical NRECA Director, for the NRECA report.
A little music or something. Fellow walks on the stage. Y'all liven up a little bit now. Good morning. It's good to see all of you. It's been a long time since we've been together, and so it's great to be together, fellowship one with another, hear some good stories. See if Rodemaker, something he'll pop up here in just a few moments. No telling what. Well, thank you for letting me serve as your NRECA director. It's certainly been my privilege to serve you in Washington. A lot of things are taking place in the industry. You know, I really didn't understand the breadth and the depth of NRECA till I got on the board. All of us at some time or another have had some dealings with NRECA, whether training or going to meetings or those type of things. But once you get on the board and you start seeing, you know, this is an almost $30 billion business in assets. $30 billion almost. NRECA consistently ranks as one of the top trade organizations in the United States, and I think that's something we all should be very proud of. But our main priority at NRECA is and always been pursuing your priorities, the membership. Things that we are concerned about, that we worry about down here in the trenches. The things that take place in Washington, D.C. are our priorities. And so we as board members consistently make sure that NRECA is focused upon us. What things concern us? What things drive us? What things keep us up at night? That's what NRECA is worrying about as well. So there's several drivers that I want to talk about just for a few moments. A lot of those are drivers of change. You heard the speaker this morning talk about change. Man, our industry is changing. You know, we're 80 years old as an association here in Tennessee this year. Probably no time in our history since we started into this business, since folks like you all came together in the community and said, you know what, we're going to do something different. We're going to bring electricity just like they've got, those boys have got in town. No time in our history have we seen the sands of change under us like we are today. Just think about some of the things that are taking place, whether it's generational changes, whether it's industrial changes in our industry. All these things have brought us to today. So some of those key drivers. One of those is outreach and advocacy. How many times have we heard, and it used to be the days of Glenn English, we heard the adage that our organization was born in politics, and if we die, we'll die in politics. That's the reason NRECA is in Washington, D.C., where we can be there with the policymakers and the lawmakers, and we can have a voice. I'm a firm believer that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so for us to make a difference in our lives back home, for us to make a difference in those that we serve, then we got to have a seat at the table. And sometimes that means we're on the cutting edge, the bleeding edge, and sometimes it means we get our nose bloodied a little bit in a few fights. And that's all right. Because we're standing up for the rights of those back home. We should be very proud of the advocacy and the outreach efforts that NRECA is doing for us with policymakers and legislators. How many new directors do we have? Any new directors here? So I see some hands going up across the room. I think you're going to be thoroughly impressed as you get into this industry and into this business and see the things that we as a statewide association do, but also see the bigger picture that we do from NRECA on a national level. 900 of us come together and we work together for outreach and advocacy. Gone are the days of simply just signing a postcard. How many of you remember those postcards we used to do not too long ago? We'd get folks to sign these postcards at the annual meeting. We'd bundle them up and we'd send them to D.C. and we hope they got in the hands of a legislature or a policymaker, and we hope they got the message that we were trying to tell them on a postcard. Gone are those days. Our outreach and advocacy group at NRECA are taking us to a new level in being able to get in touch with our policymakers. And you're going to be hearing more and more of those things as we go forward. These new innovative ways to not only reach our membership, but also reach the folks that make decisions that we deal with in Washington, D.C. You know, we all here are the grass tops, right? You know what grass tops are? We understand these issues. We know the issues. We fight the issues. We fight the good fight all the time. The folks back home, the members we serve, the average consumer for us just wants the lights to come on. But we got to connect with them on a different level. We have to make those millions of consumers advocates for us. If you look at some of the organizations that are successful in activating their members, they know what kind of vehicle they drive, they know what moves them, what buttons to push, and what brings them to the surface to go fight for them. I think of the Sierra Club, and I think of other organizations that have an active membership. We have to look for those same ways. You're going to hear this afternoon from a gentleman named Louis Finkel. He leads our government relations team in D.C. He is the leader of outreach and advocacy for us. Probably nobody in D.C. is more well-connected, drives an innovative team than Louis Finkel. So you're going to be excited to hear from him and what's going on with his team. Another area that is a key driver for us is workforce development. It's a key focus. You know, we heard this morning about workforce. We're in the process now at Sequatchie Valley Electric hiring a new CFO. And instead of asking just accounting questions to this person, we also talk to him about strategic workforce development. You talk to accountants a lot of times, they'll kind of cock, you know how you talk to your dog sometimes, they kind of cock their head. All of us have to be involved in workforce development. NRECA works strategically with us to develop and deliver world-class training and development. You new directors that are coming on, I think you're going to be very impressed with the type of training that you're going to receive from NRECA. They are there to help us improve our internal work practices, and in this day and age, more importantly, building a talent pipeline for us. Another key tenet that we're working on is employee benefits. A large part of that $30 billion of assets is derived from our 401k and our pension plan. We are fortunate to have such a dedicated team and staff handle these important in a professional manner. The last one I want to touch on just for a moment is operational and business strategies. From distribution system operations to the integration of renewable energy solutions, you just think about that one. Renewable energy solutions. When many of us got in this business, that sounded like something a long way off, didn't it? Now, what are our consumer members asking from us? What are you doing in the renewable space? What's our answer to those folks? And NRECA is helping us develop those answers and those solutions as we talk about renewable energy. Another one is cybersecurity. Some of you were at the Region 2 and 3 meeting in Birmingham when NRECA's chief scientist stood up and talked to us for 30 or 40 minutes about cybersecurity. Would you have ever thought, and I've been in the business about 23 years, would you have ever thought 20 years ago, 10 years ago, that cybersecurity would be one of the big topics of every meeting we go to? Every meeting we go to. As CEOs, we talk about cybersecurity. We go to a manager's meeting and Kenny's up there railing about cybersecurity. And you as directors, you talk about cybersecurity. Not only protecting our members' information, but also protecting the integrity of our systems. And now with so many of us in the fiber and the broadband business, it adds a whole new dimension when we talk about cybersecurity. And NRECA is there to help us navigate that. And the last one I want to talk to you about is the tsunami that's coming with EVs. NRECA is helping us form alliances, talking about giving us the skills that we need to help navigate that, because it's coming. Whether we like it, whether we agree with it, it's coming, and it's a tsunami. And so we have to be prepared. And so NRECA is there to help us drive that initiative in the space of EVs. Last one, broadband. You know, we heard you loud and clear, managers. NRECA needs to do more in the space of broadband, and we're trying to do more. With all the money that's coming down from the federal level, NRECA must be there to help us manage that, give us new ideas and new initiatives. So I just want to give you a little report about the things that are going on at NRECA. We appreciate your input. We appreciate you being a part of NRCA, coming to our meetings, giving us feedback. But most importantly, I appreciate you letting me serve you. Thank you.
We are going to momentarily adjourn from this meeting to elect our new NRECA director, or an NRECA director. I think some of Mike's former county executive experience came out in your stump speech there, other than the slur you took at accountants, because I used to be an accountant. All of you that are NRECA delegates, you received a form from NRECA from Bernita Faulkner designating yourself as the director. Before you leave today, either give those to me, Tina, or drop them off at our registrar's desk so that we can have that paperwork. Mike serves a 2-year term. The next term starts with the annual meeting in March here in Nashville. So right now, I will throw the floor open for nominations for the NRECA director position for the next 2 years. Got a motion? Do I have a second? Okay. Move to cease nomination, close nominations, and direct Mike by acclamation. Do I have a second on that? Have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? You can't say no. Fantastic. That made it easy. Mike does a fantastic job for us. I am frequently around other NRECA board members and officers, as well as statewide managers from across the nation. And Mike has been noticed. He does a fantastic job for us up there, as you can see. So, Mike, congratulations. We'll get that process. You're with us for another 2 years.
I will ask Terry Merriman to join me here on the stage. Some of you here in Middle Tennessee may recognize Terry. Before joining the staff at Upper Cumberland EMC in Carthage, she had a successful career in broadcasting here in Nashville. Terry will serve as the MC, for the remainder of the meeting. Terry, I'll turn it over to you.
You're used to saying EMC a lot, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's so good to be here with you this morning. I've spent all of my adult life telling stories all over the country. I've anchored in Nashville, Atlanta, Miami, a little bit in New York with a nationally syndicated show called Real Life, most recently in Los Angeles, and then back here to Middle Tennessee, where I anchored once again at Channel 4. It's so good to be back home among family and friends. It's just wonderful. And I'm doing the same thing that I've always done. I'm telling stories. Our cooperative story needs to be told. And that's what we are here today to learn about how we can further tell our story about our cooperatives. And I am honored that I have been asked to MC this today, or not EMC it today. Right now, I'm a PR and Communications Director at Upper Cumberland EMC, and it's so good to be back here in Middle Tennessee again. You know, Governor Bill Lee has been a friend to electric co-ops since first taking office in 2019. Governor Lee is unable to join us in person this year, but as a co-op member himself, he did want to share this brief message with Tennessee's electric co-ops.
Hey everybody, Governor Bill Lee here. I want to take a moment to thank you for the important role you play in providing safe and reliable and affordable energy to millions of people in rural Tennessee. We appreciate your partnership as we strive to ensure that every Tennessean across the state has access to broadband. Your efforts build on Tennessee's strong economic development, bringing new jobs and investments and opportunity to our state. And I commend you for your work to build a brighter Tennessee.
We appreciate Governor Lee's continued support of electric co-ops and rural Tennessee. As we mentioned earlier, the theme of this year's meeting is Building a Brighter Tennessee. Throughout the meeting today and tomorrow, we're going to examine a few ways that co-ops are working to secure a brighter future for the communities we serve. One of the great advantages of the cooperative business model is that when needs arise, we find ways to work together to solve common problems. We're privileged to enjoy a nationwide network of co-ops that were built to support and work and share our values. These valuable partners provide essential services, for sure, but today we're going to hear from three of our strongest allies who are dedicated to seeing your cooperative succeed. But these organizations are also dedicated to seeing our communities prosper. First, I'd love to introduce Ty Harrell. Ty is the Regional Vice President of the National Rural Cooperative Finance Corporation, CFC. Ty?
Thanks for that introduction, Terry. My name is Ty. Glad to be here. Sorry, Kevin, I had to do that. Ty Harrell, CFC Regional Vice President for Mississippi and Tennessee. Formerly a statewide CFO, so I understand how these things work and how statewide run. And I want to commend David Callis and his staff on not only a great event, y'all's annual meeting is, but also the great work they do every day. They do a fantastic job working with the vendors and their partners, bringing us in, opening the beginning of their managers' meetings and letting us give a little, quick introduction and also kind of a what's up industry update, what's going on with our companies and such. And that's opened such good doors to the relationships that I've formed here in Tennessee. So that doesn't happen everywhere, folks. I'm just telling you, Tennessee statewide does a great job. So I'll thank you guys. Okay. We're going to play a video, a CFC video real quick. Trent, do y'all have that queued up? If you don't, I'll just keep talking.
For more than 50 years, CFC has built a strong foundation for our member owners. We're just getting started. Our industry is changing, and we're ready to move forward together. We've developed and refined customized resources to meet your cooperative's needs, like our lending solutions, investment opportunities, and value-added services. At CFC, we provide unique offerings designed specifically to help your cooperative build financial strength. From industry-leading meetings and educational opportunities, to strategic planning, rate studies, and financial forecasting tools, to the return of patronage capital, CFC is always on your side. In fact, let's take a closer look at a few of the ways CFC is supporting our members every day. In 2020, CFC provided more than 45 complimentary webinars with 6,590 attendees. We issued 2,945 CPE credits to help our members stay current on their professional certifications. Since its inception in 1981, the CFC Cooperative Educational Fund has allocated more than $15 million to the member statewide organizations to fund educational opportunities. The CFC and NCSC International Projects Matching Grants Program has awarded more than $1 million to statewide organizations to sponsor global electrification projects. CFC administers the Cooperative System Integrity Fund. Created in 1986, the fund has awarded nearly $30 million in grants. CFC is also helping our members support community and economic development. Each year, CFC supports the USDA's Rural Economic Development Loan and Grant Fund through proceeds it pays to participate in a USDA guarantee program. In 2020, we gave $18.8 million to the program. To date, CFC has paid more than $185 million in guarantee fees. Also in 2020, 422 CFC members participating in the CFC US Bank One Card program earned $1.2 million in rebates. To date, One Card members have earned rebates totaling more than $6.3 million. More than 50 years and billions of dollars since our founding, CFC remains focused on fulfilling the unique financial needs of our member owners today while preparing them for what may come tomorrow. Created by you, owned by you, committed to serving you.
Love those videos. They do a lot of the heavy lifting for us, some of us speakers up here. So it would have taken me a little while to get all those with the way I verbalize with my southern 3 syllables to every word. That would have taken a bit. So glad to be able to play that video for you. Had a lot of good important stuff there. But the main reason I'm here today, and it was mentioned on that video, is to present a check to the Tennessee statewide to apply to the Youth Leadership Fund. It's called our Education Fund. We do it for every state. We started it in 1981, and what it was meant to do was to make sure that the statewide had the plenty of funding to support these youth leadership programs, and they wouldn't get away, wouldn't stop participating in those youth leadership programs. It's one of the most valuable things we do in our industry, educating the young folks on electric cooperatives and that there are jobs in their communities, and the mission that their power company has as a nonprofit power company serving its member owners. And that's one of the, we've gotten many valuable employees that way. Also, it educates, like I said, our future leaders. So when they go on to serve, become community leaders, legislators, governors, those type things, they had known what the electric co-ops are in their community. And we always keep a low profile. That's kind of our nature. We keep a low profile as local power companies. But that helps us educate people when they're young, and then they can see it later on in their leadership roles, okay? So I'm here to give you money, present a check to apply to that leadership fund for Tennessee. It's based on a formula on members from our 2 companies, CFC and our affiliate company, NCSC, that loans money to co-op affiliates, for-profit entities and such. And the amount this year of the contribution is $19,000. We're happy to contribute that give that to the statewide to continue with their fantastic youth leadership program that y'all have here in Tennessee. Keep educating those young folks. So thanks for letting us be here and be a part of this, David, in Tennessee Co-ops. And we want to present that money to you today. So.
Thank you, Ty. As you heard, access to capital is so important for our co-ops because we build things that last 25, 50, even 75 years. Please welcome Luke Gaines. Luke serves your co-op as a senior relationship manager for CoBank, one of the largest providers of credit to the U.S. rural economy and rural infrastructure.
Thank you. I heard I already got credit for being here, so I appreciate that. But I am actually here, so I guess I have to earn it. But I've worked in 2 other industries in my short career. But being with the electric co-ops and being with CoBank, who is a cooperative bank that does rural infrastructure and agribusiness, it's a more fulfilling, and it's a great organization to be with, and it's a great industry to be in. So just wanted to start with that. And one of those things, with the spirit of Thanksgiving, CoBank gives back, but we give back in communication with you. So like David said earlier, look for ways to take action, and y'all have looked for ways to take action. And through our Sharing Success program, CoBank then matches your contributions to your community. And we feel like that's our best way to give back is by communicating with our customer members and giving back to what they see in their communities as being a need. And so Sharing Success since 2012 has given back $56 million or more directly to your communities that you see fit. More specifically, this year in Tennessee, these are the cooperatives that took advantage of it. This might not be the latest up to date because the program just ended, so some of those numbers are still coming in. But this shows the electric cooperatives that participated in this. And these funds are going to food banks in your local communities. They're going to your county educational programs. So we appreciate y'all taking that action. Also, to be a part of this, all you have to be is a CoBank borrower, and that means whether you just borrow a tiny little bit of money throughout the year, it qualifies you to participate in this. So you actually, if you take advantage of the program, you could get more money from CoBank than you actually pay them during the year. But on top of the electric cooperatives, we're also an agribusiness. So if you see on that, the other Tennessee cooperatives also participate in this, and it really just increases the impact to Tennessee as a whole. And so CoBank, through that program, has given about $300,000 just this year to the state of Tennessee and the rural communities. And we're always happy to get the pictures back in. This happens to be from Gibson. They had a news article. It's a great way to communicate with your community and get good publicity on your side. I know you're always trying to reach your members in positive ways. We also, with the recent, y'all had flooding in your state on top of the Hurricane Ida that came, and so CoBank, with the Tennessee statewide, that put together a fund to help the communities at that time. We gave to the statewides and helped in that way as well. That's pretty much what I wanted to come here and talk about. I echo Ty's compliments to your statewide organization that does a very good job. How far along y'all were on broadband is directly due to your statewide, and when you go and see nationally what other states are doing and just now getting into it, some of them, you're miles ahead of them, and that benefits, again, your communities. So congratulations on that. One last thing that I do want everybody to be aware of as directors is we do our No Barriers Warriors program, and that's for veterans. So if you have veterans in your community, CoBank would like to have them go on an expedition and just communicate with other veterans, wounded warriors, and it's a great experience. But at this time, we would like to provide our support for the statewide association, and I would say this is for David to spend however he wants to, but I know that's not the truth, and so we would like to present $20,000 to the statewide organization just to show our support for the great work that they do.
The Shoring Success Program you discussed is a fantastic tool, Luke, that co-ops can utilize to emphasize cooperative principle number 7, and that is concern for community, and we appreciate your message. Now I'd love to welcome Phil Irwin to our stage. Phil serves as the CEO of Federated Rural Electric Insurance Exchange. Federated is way more than an insurance company. They are a partner in protecting our co-op's most valuable assets, our people.
Wow, the last guy between you and lunch. How about that, huh? I thought David and I were like tremendous buddies and stuff. Last week I see him in a meeting. He's showing me his new Safe app, his driving, how much better he's getting. I'm all excited. But he didn't tell me that nobody wears ties at this meeting anymore. So hopefully I'm not old enough that I won't forget by next year. So we'll see how that goes. So anyway, I'd like to give you a quick update on what's going on with your insurance cooperative, talk about some good things and some things maybe we need to improve on a little bit, but I think it's very important. I got to start out with, everybody knows Kenny Marvin over there, and Kenny takes great care of you guys. And so if you got any questions or if you doubt anything I told you, ask Kenny. He knows all the right answers as we go along with that stuff. So Anyway, there we go. This is how we're doing financially. I've been at Federated a long time, like 33 years now and stuff. And so the numbers look a little better, even though I am an accountant by trade. And, I don't look like, but, the numbers have been pretty good over the last couple of years. A couple things I'll just point out to you on a couple areas. The combined ratio is a little under 100%. That's where we kind of want it. We've had some interesting claims this year. Hurricane Ida obviously took some stuff to us. A little co-op down in Missouri got a direct hit by a tornado. That's a little more stuff in there and everything. And then, as always, we're watching our safety. I will tell you that the margin retirements you'll see up there, the $7.9 million, at our board meeting a couple weeks ago, they approved retiring another $5.8 million. So watch your mailboxes sometime in December to go. Now, the reason financially we're able to do so much better than we had been, if you look at the policy counts, the claim counts, you'll see that we've had tremendous results, and that's due to all your efforts in focusing on safety. And I had some people say, well, we kind of limited ourselves, if you will, but if you look at the number of policies we're writing, the co-ops we're picking up, you'll see that's been going up. In fact, right now we insure 90% of all the co-ops out there in the country, so we work hard with everybody. When you look at our margins, been pretty steady, and then the retirement margins. One thing I'll point out to you, the $363 million of margins have been allocated. We've allocated $10.2 million to our folks here in Tennessee, and we've actually retired in cash a little over $4 million. So we're getting into that area we need to be as we look at it. Now here's an area I really want to focus a little bit on. This is our linemen, and when they have electric contact with the lines. And we got looking at that several years ago because we were seeing so many. We were averaging about 23. And the worst part is we were averaging 9 serious injuries or fatalities a year on average. And for anybody that's suffered through that at your local cooperative, you know how that devastating that is to your family. It is hard to go over with. And look at things. So we actually worked with NRCA to come up with a commitment to zero. And the idea there is we're going to reemphasize, refocus on what's going on so that we can hopefully get these numbers down to zero. And really what we did, we came up with 4 life-saving rules, and there's nothing in here that's unique or special. It's things our guys have been trained in. And when we looked at the bad losses, the serious ones, not using the gloves or sleeves, that accounted for almost 43% of all of our serious loss accidents out there. About 9% was not using the right cover-up, and 47% was because they did not test the lines and use the personal grounds. This is something that all the linemen are trained in. So here's kind of a little update on where we've been. If you look at the last couple of years, and you'll see we had a decline, but we're still not at zero. So if we dive into the information a little bit more, you'll see that the numbers were down to around 15 or so, and the serious accidents have kind of dropped. 2021 has been different. We've had a spike in them, and we've had 7 serious injuries this year and 1 fatality. I will tell you that last weekend there was another fatality, not on one of Federated's claims, but a state that has a self-insurance fund had one, and I know there was another one in a different state. And so I don't know if there's been a lack of focus because of COVID and everything everybody went through or whatever, but please make a point to talk to your linemen a little bit about that. Make sure that they are following these life-saving rules. There's a new one coming out now, the pilot program we're doing right now, Commitment 02. We've done it at several co-ops. And the whole idea is to allow at your co-op to identify these improvements that you can make, working with your linemen and everything. And I'll just take one little slide out of it that came up, and this just talks about when you're working on energized lines. You know, what are you doing? Are you following these things always, these steps? And the part that bothered me probably most when I looked at this is 7% of the time, we do it most of the time. And I think that's where these handful of bad accidents are coming from. And so the goal really is to get this at 100% where we're always following these rules. Because the last thing we want to do is have one of our employees get hurt in a serious way. Now, here in Tennessee, we have a work comp retention program, and it's pretty simple how it works is the premiums go into a pot, there's a loss fund there, and if the losses are less, you get the money back. And you can see a couple of years, we'd returned upwards of $1 million a year back to the Tennessee cooperatives because they kept the losses low. The last 3 years, that has not been the case. You'll see the loss lines are above what the loss fund was. And so I would really emphasize with everybody to make sure that you're really focused on this, because it's just a few claims driving a lot of this. Now, one of the things that we look at is what's going on with your rates, et cetera. And the bottom line is what the rate has been. If you go back to 2012, the rate was a little over $9. And today it's down to $2.64, which is a great improvement. Now, you may remember that last slide I showed you with the last 3 years being kind of bad losses. It's going to start going back up. They really ignore the first 3 years, and so those losses are going to start getting in there. But the goal is to really focus on that so nobody gets hurt and we can keep these rates lower. But that is tremendous success over this last 10 years or so. Now, the last thing I want to talk about real quick is cyber. Man, this is a tough area. And I will tell you that in the last month, I know at least 3 co-ops have gotten hit by the ransomware. Everybody's been still able to get power out and stuff, but it's messed with their internal workings, if you will. And we have to train our employees in this. That is our weakest link. The other thing is you need to share your information when that happens. We had a co-op in a state that got this, found out 2 weeks after that 2 other co-ops in the state had been hit with the same thing, and they had not reported or shared that information. So if you have a cyber attack, let everybody know. The key here is there's a couple things you need to focus on. And last year, with everybody sending everybody home to work, the two-factor authentication is huge. Because basically what that means, it's real simple. You implement it. If I log on my laptop or a different machine that I'm used to doing, it's going to recognize that, and it's going to text me a code to plug in there. If the code doesn't go in, it assumes somebody has compromised my identity and got that information. I will tell you the insurers and the reinsurers that we use are looking for this now. This is one of the biggest areas that they're trying to get emphasis on. I will tell you right now with Federated, while we do offer the cyber, we do not put it in our own paper. And the reason is, if you look at hurricanes and things like that, we can model those. We can see what our probability of the risk is. In theory, you could all get an email from me that has malware in it, or Jim Matheson, or Andrew Don, just whoever, and we could have 5 or 6 co-ops get hit with one attack. That is why we do that. So a lot of those things we got to do. I would emphasize work on phishing your employees. That is huge. We phish our employees all the time, and you don't want to get caught too many times or you'll be talking to me about that. So Kenny's getting really good at that stuff and figuring it out, and it's one of those things we got to do to get along. So now I'll try to get things wrapped up. David, if you, as you're making your way up here, one of the things that Federated has always done since 1959 is return a portion of the premium back to the statewide for safety. And so I got a kind of a nice little check for you today of $142,000. So go share. And I got to tell you, one of us looked better than the other one. I'm just saying. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. That's a nice check. I like that. A couple of important announcements before our first session comes to a close. The group luncheon for directors, managers, staff members, and friends will begin immediately following our dismissal in the Cumberland Ballroom. Now, that's the building adjacent to the ballroom foyer. Your badge will serve as your ticket, and we appreciate TVA for their sponsorship of today's luncheon. And there's a separate luncheon and meeting for attorneys sponsored by Bass, Berry & Sims in the Stones River Room. And we hope all of you plan to stay with us this afternoon and join us for hospitality hour and the banquet tonight, later on. This evening's hospitality hour is sponsored by the companies listed in the back of your program. Now, we express our appreciation and thanks to all of our supporters today. Our second general session will begin at 1 this afternoon, and please be on time because we're going to have some drawings and you have to be present to win. We ask that all members of the TECA Board of Trustees, including the newly elected members, meet immediately following the adjournment of this session for its reorganizational meeting. With that, we're dismissed.
Check, check.
I hate these things. I'm trying not to break a fingernail while I do this.
I do it for you.
You just turn it on.
Yeah.
Hang on, I got it.
simply building something. It's building it well, with pride and
I
purpose.
hate those stairs.
Craftsman is a title reserved for an exclusive few. Those with a keen eye and uncommon skill. Skills earned through busted knuckles and sleepless nights. At the top of poles in raging storms. Through service and sacrifice, as iron sharpens iron. We're the people who build stuff. Rugged artisans who work in wood and wire and steel. Tennessee's electric co-ops take great pride in the work we do, the infrastructure we build, and the communities we serve. We are crafting the future of Tennessee's rural and suburban communities, investing in comfort and connection, in energy and opportunity, in people and places. Join us. Let's build a brighter Tennessee.
And see that. And this is my water.
A bad knee and a bad hip, helping each other up on the stage. How do you like that? Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And let me remind you to download the TECA app for a detailed agenda for this and the other TECA meetings, as well as our directory of co-ops, and of course the latest news. Search TECA in your app store on your phone. Well, it pays to get back to the meeting on time because we're having a drawing. We're going to draw two $100 cash prizes. Of course, you must be in the room to be eligible. So, without further ado, I'm going to ask Kim to draw for the first door prize. And you're going to meet Kim in a moment. You're going to want to know Kim. She's one of the best labor attorneys around. And if you're like me in broadcasting, you want a labor attorney on speed dial. Okay. Okay. Door prize number 1, John Howard, North Georgia Electric Membership Corporation. John, are you in the room? There you are. Okay. We have a secret envelope for you. Here. Or we won't draw it again.
Good job.
All right.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, John. All right. Door prize number 2.
Forgot my roll. We'll go to the top this time and.
Right. Melissa Sanderson, Meriwether Lewis. All right. We like that. Come on down. Like the Price is Right. They like for you to make noise when you go to that show. If you're not half crazy, they won't let you in the door.
And we'll figure it
But
out.
we like it around here. We want energy and excitement.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Is that it?
All right, if you've paid any attention to business news recently, and we've even talked about it here this morning, you've likely seen stories about the challenges of finding and retaining quality employees. Now, many of you have even experienced these challenges firsthand. The pandemic has had a profound and lasting impact on the workplace, and our next speaker is here to help us navigate some of these emerging trends. She's a partner with Baker Donaldson PC here in Nashville. Kim Vance is one of America's most sought-after labor law attorneys. Please welcome Ms. Kim Vance.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well, I am delighted to be here, and I know why they put me right after lunch, because everybody's going to stay awake for this one. There is so much going on. In fact, I checked my phone just a few minutes ago to see if any of the employment laws had changed. It changes that rapidly. So we're going to talk about a bunch of different topics today, but yes, in answer to the question everyone has on your mind, I'm going to get to the COVID. So I am going to talk about that. I'm going to tell you exactly where we are and exactly what you need to be doing and exactly what you don't need to worry about. So that'll be great. We're going to cover a couple of other things to begin with. And I want to start by talking about the future. Because here's the deal. Your employment practices with hiring, recruiting, retaining, you haven't had to do a huge amount compared to what you're going to have to do in the next 10 to 15 years because your pipeline is drawn up of skilled workers. So we're going to have to be looking not only for skilled workers in places where you may never have had to even look before, but the other thing is you're going to have to be hiring the right skilled workers, those who are adaptable to change. And you all know how hard that is. Because your current gang, I do foreman training all the time. I go to utilities all the time and do training. They don't like change at all. And they meet with some resistance. But the people you're looking for in the future, if they're not adaptable to change, they're not going to be successful. You're not going to be successful. So what we're looking for and the places where we're looking for it is probably going to change. Being flexible, being nimble. Look at what we have managed to do in the last 2 years. Talk about flexible and nimble. I didn't know we could move in so many directions so fast, but we did it. We did it. And we're going to have to keep doing it in order for you all to retain the best and the brightest. Keeping your skilled workers is no longer a given. This is no longer a legacy business necessarily, where it's passed from fathers to sons and mothers to daughters and cousins and siblings, etc. Doesn't happen anymore. Doesn't happen anymore. So again, what we're looking at is a little bit of a different workforce. The other thing I want to say is compliance with human resources best practices, compliance with employment law. If you thought it was complicated up till now, wait till we get 5 or 10 years down the road. So I know a lot of you may have been able to get by with, say, one of your financial people being your HR person, and you haven't really worried too much, but if you don't have a dedicated, skilled human resource person, you're going to get left behind in the dust against your competitors in trying to get staff and trying to retain and keep the good staff. You're just not going to be able to do that. So I highly recommend you all really give some thought to your human resource function. It's no longer, oh, well, they just plan the annual holiday party. They're pretty much, and trust me, I talk to them all the time, they're pretty much semi-lawyers. I mean, they really are, and they have to be. They absolutely have to be. So you don't want to, you don't necessarily want to have your lawyer on speed dial, but you've got to have an HR person who knows when it's time to call the lawyer and what they can handle up till then. And the more they can handle, the better off that you're going to be. So again, not only is HR going to have to really step up, but your management team is going to have to really step up in how they are recruiting and retaining your workers. Because if you get a lot of turnover, which we're going to start seeing more and more with the new generations, which I know you guys talked about earlier this morning, you know, you're not going to be able to keep folks. We have a hard time even getting lawyers who say they want to be partners in a law firm. They want to stay someplace 3 years, move to another law firm, maybe in another city. And after another 3 years, they want to move to another city. They want to have adventures. They don't want to stay in one place for 36 years and become a partner in a law firm and have their own book of business. Doesn't interest them in the slightest. You all are going to have that same problem. They don't really understand staying in one job forever. That's just foreign to them. So a whole new ballgame that you have. So what's new in employment law in the last 5 minutes? It is something that your HR people are going to have to find a good source and keep up with, because I joke about how fast it changes, but it just does, and that's not going to be different. So Tennessee law, we have a lot of employment laws, 2 new laws for you. The Pregnancy Workers Fairness Act, which went into effect in October of 2020, so we've had it for about a year. It puts a greater duty on you to accommodate pregnant employees. Even if they have a healthy pregnancy, you now have to accommodate them if their health care provider says they need something special on the job, or perhaps they need to work remotely if that's feasible, or perhaps they need a leave of absence. It's very different, though, from all the other reasonable accommodations laws we have, and this is the key point. Leave of absence is an accommodation of last resort. You have to try everything else to keep them on the job before you put them on leave if they need something so they can carry their pregnancy to term. So if you're not familiar with that and your HR people aren't familiar with that, excuse me, they need to get familiar with that because we're going to start seeing litigation at any point in time now that it's been out for about a year. We do have the new COVID-19 vaccine mask law in Tennessee, which went into effect a couple of Fridays ago. I will explain more about that and who it impacts and how it impacts you when we get into our COVID section. I know most of you know the cap on Social Security deductions from your employee's paycheck and your own. That's gone up, so more money going into the Social Security fund and less into some of our folks' pockets. But just a reminder that that does take place in January of 2022. I would be remiss if I did not come and speak to you and tell you about the latest and greatest in the bullying cases. And I don't know if you all know what's going on in the world, but I represent utilities and other employers in all 50 states. And the number one thing where we are seeing huge dollars in terms of settlements and jury verdicts is general, old-fashioned bullying, not tied to race or gender or age or anything else, but good old-fashioned bullying, and how clever lawyers are getting those cases into court. They are suing under things that we never thought in a million years could be used to cover general bullying, but they are. So I always want to bring some of these cases because when you see the facts, you kind of go, oh, I could totally see that happening. In fact, it might be happening right now at your utility because it's stuff where you're like, well, gee, what's that about? And now there's a big trial and a big, huge jury verdict for that. And the answer is, yeah, this is a very sharp change in the law. 31 state legislatures have considered, but not yet passed, actual laws that would allow people to sue directly for general workplace bullying. So again, the lawyers are having to be creative and sort of go around it, but they are finding ways to get there. May of 2021, so this isn't old stuff, this is brand new stuff, and I could show you 50 more just like this. Guy named Roberts ends up suing, and he worked primarily in a male-dominated work environment. Examples of the type of harassment and general bullying that he complained about, he said, they called me gay, and I'm not. They did it just because, it made him blush and turn red, and he got mad, and he clenched his fist, and they got a big laugh out of it. So it's just general bullying. Nobody thought he was gay. They called him an effing retard and said he had retard strength. Okay, they're just making fun of him. They're just teasing him. They're bullying him in the workplace. There were physical assaults, such as slapping his safety glasses off his head when they'd walk by. They pushed him, and I guess on a slow day, they put him in a chokehold. Obviously didn't have enough to do. Y'all need to fix that. On one occasion, the supervisor comes up behind Roberts, knocks his hard hat off his head, and when asked in his deposition, supervisor, why did you do that? Why did you hit him and knock his helmet off his head? Because he said something stupid. Because he needed hitting. Now here's the catch. There's not really a cause of action where you can just go to court and sue for that, just general bullying. But can you sue for assault and battery? Absolutely. Can you sue the employer because a supervisor engaged in assault and battery? You better believe it. And somebody asked me the other day, they said, but didn't they sue the supervisor? And I'm like, the supervisor didn't have any money. They're suing you because you were the deep pocket. And in this case, it got even worse, and of course the liability went way up because Roberts decides to go report this stuff. He's got enough guts and enough chutzpah, and he goes in and he complains to another supervisor about what's going on. The supervisor tells him, I quote, suck it up, get back in the game, get back out there. That's just what we do here. Oh, they're just playing with you. They're just having a little fun. It's part of joining the team. It's, I don't know, dare we even say the word anymore, hazing? Suck it up, get back in the game. So, when the court gets this, the lawyers very cleverly argue, oh, wait a minute. You guys would never treat women this way. You're only treating him this way because he's a guy, and not just any guy. He's the guy that doesn't quite fit in with the guys. You know, he's not the big, rough and tumble guy. He's not the man's man. He's what they would call a girly man. And so they're picking on him for that reason. And when asked in their depositions, would you go up behind a woman and knock her helmet off? Well, no, I'd never do that. That would be wrong. Guess what that is, folks? It's sex discrimination. They wouldn't treat a female coworker that way, but they would treat a male coworker just like that. And they did it because he didn't sort of conform to this idea of what a guy's guy should be on this kind of rough and tumble job. So the court said, yeah, we totally agree. You can sue under just the basic harassment discrimination laws if you're being bullied because you don't fit the mold, the stereotype of a guy's guy, or in the alternative, if a woman doesn't fit the mold of a typical feminine woman, and she's bullied at work because of that. Yes, there are a bunch of cases out there on that as well. So this case is allowed to go to a jury. How many of you think the employer is going to win? Not many. Yeah, and y'all are on the employer's side. But yeah, no jury's going to say that's okay. And so that's where the dollars rack up. And speaking of dollars, here's a hot off the press case. Just came down a little while ago in Indiana. The Indiana Supreme Court upheld a $325,000 jury verdict. That doesn't include the attorney's fees that this employer has to pay to their own attorney. And when you lose one of these things, you got to pay the employee's attorney by the hour, plus all their expenses. So you can easily get up to $1 million real fast in these cases. In this case, we had an issue between an employee and, again, a supervisor. Both were men in this case. The employee sued claiming assault, a lovely thing called intentional infliction of emotional distress. You drove me crazy and did outrageous things and caused me emotional distress, and something called tortious interference with employment, and the judge dismissed that last one, but he let the other two go to trial. Here were the facts. There weren't a lot of facts, but here they were. The supervisor on one occasion, aggressively and rapidly approaches the employee. His fists are clenched. He's got piercing eyes. His neck veins are bulging. He screams and swears at the employee. And then he brushes past him, and on the way out he says, "You're finished, your history." $325,000. $325,000. I went, do what? and I see these things from time to time, and they catch my eye, and I go, whoa, we've gone so far off the grid here. But that's what we're seeing. And so it's only a matter of time before this thing spreads like wildfire. Again, I could show you 50 cases. It started back in about 2015, and it just picks up every year and every year and every year. So if you are not doing any kind of training for your employees and your managers on how to avoid this kind of thing and how to be leaders in today's work environment, you're missing the boat. You're missing the boat. And the electric utilities have really stepped up their training. 20 years ago I was doing no in-house training at electric utilities, and now I'm someplace different pretty much every week. So kudos to those who are getting out in front of this thing. But again, if this stuff that, just kind of this stuff that goes on between people, now there are consequences. And the consequences aren't, oh, the employee might quit. The consequences are the employee's going to sue you and doesn't have any problem doing so. That's the new world order. So, do your policies prohibit general bullying? Take a look. In Tennessee, if you have a bullying policy and it meets certain requirements, you can actually be immune from emotional distress and pain and suffering type damages if you get sued. But the policy has to be in place first, and you got to enforce it. Your managers have to enforce it. But there's some benefit to having one of these general bullying policies. Defining bullying is very important. And I took this from the Morristown Utilities, Jody's group up there. I thought they did a great job in defining what bullying is. It is also critical that you define what bullying is not. And bullying is not being tough or being demanding, as long as you're respectful, and it's not having high standards for performance. It's not mandating and requiring safety procedures be followed every single time. That is not bullying, but it's got to be in your policy, and you got to say it up front, and you got to train to it. I do the Foreman Academy cases all the time, those classes, and I talk to your foreman constantly about this stuff. You can be tough in terms of your expectations as long as you're fair and you're respectful in the way you enforce those expectations. So there's nothing wrong with being a tough boss and being demanding, but you got to make sure you got your policy set up, though, so if somebody goes beyond that and just as being a real jerk, that the employee has an avenue to complain about it. So let's talk about the next level of complaints. Not only is bullying hot, but of course we have new protected classes all across the country now. This is the law of the land. Cannot discriminate, harass employees based on sexual orientation, transgender status, and gender identity or gender expression. Those of you who have teenagers know the term non-binary, which is where they choose to be neither male nor female. And that is a prevalent thing as well. So these are new things for a lot of us who've not had these state laws before. Now we have federal law. It's been in place for a year and a half. We are just now seeing EEOC charges being filed. Those will be followed by lawsuits. So about a year from now, this is going to be hot for all the employee attorneys out there, and they will be pursuing any type of discrimination or harassment. We don't have much information from the Supreme Court, frankly, about what in the heck that means. Don't discriminate, don't harass. What does that mean we have to do? The EEOC issued new technical guidance to try to help us, and that's an interesting document. It came out in June. However, if you want to read it, and I believe you'll be provided with these slides, but I did put the link in there if you want to go read it. But I will tell you there's already a ton of lawsuits, including one filed by the state attorney general in federal court in Nashville to throw these out and say, no, 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 EEOC, you went way too far in setting up these guidelines for the LGBTQ discrimination and harassment. So that's in a state of flux as it is. But if you get an EEOC charge right now, based on one of these, you're going to be judged based on the EEOC guidelines. So your HR team needs to be up to speed on what they say and what they require. 1 in 6 Generation Z adults are LGBT. Nearly 40%, and nearly 30% of young Christians, which I thought was an interesting stat when I saw that article. That's from November of this year. So this is something, if you haven't dealt with it now, you're going to. It's the next workforce. It's the next workforce. So don't think you're not going to have to face this. I have one utility in a rural area in the Bible Belt of this country. They have for a long time had a transgender lineman who changed from male to female. Yeah, it was a little rough at first. We had some people we had to discipline for making inappropriate comments, but you know what? They got over it. They got over it. Just took them a little while, but they got over it. The guy had worked there for a long time, decided to make the change, became female, and again, a little rough on the front end there, but we got through it, and this was a ways back, long before this became fashionable or popular or prevalent across the country. So it is going to happen. Make sure you don't get caught unaware. You're going to have to deal with all these issues. What if somebody comes up and says, by the way, I finally come out, and I want you to know my pronouns are they, them, and their. Is it discrimination to refuse to use those? The EEOC says it is. What if you mess up? Because that's really hard. It's really hard to do. If you've never tried to do it, it's very difficult because it doesn't sound right to your ear. It sounds like the wrong grammar. And so getting used to doing that, what if a supervisor slips up and does it just once or twice unintentionally? EEOC says that's not a problem. It's the intentional refusal or deliberate misuse of pronouns or a name change that the supervisor says, you know, you've always been Robert, I'm not calling you Roberta, it's not happening. That's going to be a problem. But you know you're going to have supervisors who do that, right? Because that's kind of a natural reaction is, seriously, no. I'm not doing that. You know, but yeah, they are. Because it probably is going to be part of this law that sticks. So I just want you all to know, get prepared for it. You can't refuse to hire people. You can't screen them out of your hiring process. You can't turn them down for jobs because you suspect they fall within the LGBTQ community. You've got to train your supervisors on that to make sure they don't do something that gives somebody, frankly, a very easy lawsuit against you in the hiring process. So all of this, it's coming. So that brings us to COVID. So here we go. And this is exactly how I feel about it. So I love my clients now who, when they send me an email, in the subject line, in all caps, they go, not a COVID question. Because they think I'll pick that up first, and I probably will. I don't know about you all, but I'm so done. I've never had to learn this much new law in my life, especially when it literally does change every single day. I loved it in the middle of 2020, the clients would go, but you said this yesterday, and today the Department of Labor said. I said, people, work with me. Yesterday, the Department of Labor and I were on the same page. Today, not so much. You know, they've made a change. It's going to continue to be that way. This is not going to slow down. It's probably not going to settle down. We've got several more months of confusion among what law applies and what that law requires us to do and what it doesn't require us to do. I recommend meditation, deep breath, and a close relationship with your HR folks and, frankly, your whole management team. Because you need to give them enough information so they can dispel some of the panic and the misinformation that is running around among your employees who are all freaked out about something that, frankly, may never happen. You know, I got one this morning where an employee wrote this, 42-line email saying, I can't believe that the federal government, is mandating vaccines for anybody who's got 100 or more employees. That's so wrong. And I'm like, it doesn't even say that. Nowhere in there does it even say that. So there's a lot of confusion. And plus, you got a lot of armchair lawyers out there trying to figure out how all this works. And it's tough for the judges and the lawyers, much less people who haven't practiced law for 30 years. So I can understand why they get confused, but your managers need to know enough from you to make sure they can tell the employees some answers to their questions. So a couple of things. The EEOC has recognized long COVID, where the symptoms go on and on and on, as a disabling medical condition that you have a duty to reasonably accommodate unless it's an undue hardship on your business. So don't blow it, and don't have your managers blow it when the employee goes, I've got this COVID brain fog and I am just fatigued all the time. And so, I know I've been late for work, 3 times this week, but I'm just exhausted. They are asking for a reasonable accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Your supervisor can't blow that. Because if they do, that's a pretty easy lawsuit and certainly an easy EEOC charge to bring against your utility. Your supervisors have got to pick up on that stuff as these laws change. What about just being infected with COVID? You may recover in 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, but you just get infected. In this very recent case, the employee calls her employer and says, hey, I've got COVID. I know I'm supposed to quarantine under our policies. And the employer goes, right. Later that day, she gets an email firing her. Oops. Not a good nexus there. I announced I had COVID. You fired me. Oops. So she sued under the Americans with Disabilities Act, not saying she had long COVID, because she didn't. She recovered very quickly. She was fine. She didn't have any other disabilities. She argued, employer regarded me as being disabled because I told them I had tested positive for COVID. Under the Americans with Disabilities Act, if you regard an employee as being disabled, even when they're not, You just brought them within the protection of the law. So in this case, it was like, well, wait a minute. The employer's like, well, hold up. Okay, I know we fired her, because she had COVID, but the question is that really a disability? Or is it minor and transitory and like the flu? So that was the issue, and the court took it head on. The court took judicial notice, and the courts take judicial notice of things like the sun rises every day and it sets. You don't have to prove that to us. We got it. So interestingly, which I think is kind of bizarre, the court took judicial notice of the facts that are posted on the CDC website about COVID. Now, I don't know about you all, but the CDC website changes literally every 2 seconds. So the fact that they took judicial notice of what was on there that day, I was like, whoa, we're not in Kansas anymore, people. This is weird that a judge would do that, but nonetheless, they did it. And what they did was they took judicial notice that those facts were true. And then they compared it to similar facts about the flu. And they said they're not the same. COVID is not transitory and minor by and large. And therefore, if you regard somebody as being disabled because they test positive, you have regarded them as having a disability under the ADA, and their lawsuit goes to a jury trial. So big case, big turning point, strange, but that's our life. We have all these court rulings where we're just going, wow, I didn't see that one coming, but they're all new because these are cases of first impression. We've never seen these things before, neither have the judges. So again, it's something where you really got to be thinking about how you're making not only your hiring decisions, but your termination decisions as well. Let's talk about this Biden path out of the pandemic is the name they use for it. Came out on September 9th, and since September 9th, our worlds have been in, a bit of a tizzy over all this stuff. So testing and vaccination. So once and for all, giving it to you straight, here's what this path out of the pandemic did. It did 3 things. Biden directed OSHA to issue an emergency temporary standard, ETS. It's our new buzzword, ETS, ETS, ETS. OSHA was supposed to develop an ETS for any employer, private or public, that had 100 or more employees. OSHA, go do your thing. OSHA agrees and says, we'll start working on it. Second thing this path out of the pandemic did, it directed CMS to come up with a set of rules for any hospital or healthcare provider who gets Medicare or Medicaid funding. It says you got to come up with rules for those people too. And then it issued Executive Order 14042, which is for federal contractors. Some of you, I know a number of my clients who are utilities provide electricity to federal prisons. They are a federal contractor. So the federal contracting agencies were required to come up with rules if you're a federal contractor. What happened after that? Well, OSHA has issued the ETS. It is out. You can go read it, should you choose to do so. It's 490 pages. I'm not joking. Please start reading at page 473 through 490. That's all you need to know. Don't read the rest of that junk. It's just lawyer junk. You don't need to read the rest of that. They spent 473 pages trying to establish that getting COVID in the workplace, there's a grave danger of it. Because you can't get an emergency temporary standard unless you can show there's grave danger. Now, I'm all for being safe, but folks, if it takes you 473 pages to establish grave danger, do we really have grave danger? Shouldn't it be obvious? That's going to be really tough for them to ever prove. The other thing is, why is it grave danger if you have 101 employees, but not if you have 99? We're just letting those, you people with 99 and less, y'all are expendable. So it doesn't make any sense, but nevertheless, this is where we are, and we're going forward, and this is the deal. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals sits in New Orleans, covers Louisiana and Texas. They stayed or stopped, put it on hold for the entire country. So pretend right now it doesn't exist. Okay? It's just out there. Well, immediately, that's one circuit court of appeals. There are 11, plus the D.C. Circuit. So there were 11 other lawsuits filed immediately in every other court of appeals. Everybody went around picking their forum to make sure that we had a single case challenging this ETS in every single circuit court of appeals. Because when that happens, there's a procedure. It's called a lottery. I'm not joking. There's a lottery, and they draw one of the circuit court of appeals out of a hat. It's done by computer, but it's more fun to say it's out of a hat. They draw out of the hat, and whatever circuit court of appeals is drawn gets all the cases. And whatever they decide is the law of the land until the Supreme Court speaks on it if they get involved. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals was chosen by lottery to hear all the cases. Guess what state the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals governs? Tennessee. This is our court. We know them pretty well. It's pretty conservative. Most of the judges are Republican presidential appointees. There's a couple of folks that are really, really liberal. One comes from a long line of plaintiffs' employee lawyers in Nashville, and she tends to be very liberal. They will choose a 3-judge panel out of all their judges. We haven't seen the panel yet. It should be announced today. We haven't seen it yet. Once we know who the 3 judges are on the panel who will decide all 12 cases, we might be able to gauge a little bit better if this hold or stay is going to remain in place until the litigation is over, which could be anybody's guess, years. Or are they going to lift the stay but let the litigation go forward, challenging OSHA's authority to even issue this thing? You know, I may need to get my crystal ball back out from the get-go, but I think it's going to be tough for them to let the ETS go forward because of the burden, obviously, that y'all will all be rushing around like crazy trying to comply with it, because just trying to comply with it the way it's written, it's going to be tough. It's not going to be simple. It's going to be difficult. And I'll give you all the ins and outs of what you'll have to do if it goes forward, but it's just not an easy thing. It's a stringent little thing they've developed there, and it's going to require you all to put a lot of procedures in place that you haven't so far, which is amazing. But yeah, there are more procedures out there that you may have to deal with. So that's what's going on. I think it's going to be stayed again. There are an equal number of lawyers out there who think it's going to be allowed to go forward while the litigation is pending, so it's anybody's guess. But again, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, if you look at their calendar on their website, they have the whole week of December 6th blocked off for oral arguments, but we don't know yet what cases they're going to hear. The week after that is the Sixth Circuit Judicial Conference. They're not going to work. Nothing's getting done that weekend. The next weekend is Christmas. So if something doesn't happen in the week of the 6th, I don't know when we're going to see anything happen before the end of the year. So we may know something sooner rather than later if they can get all the lawyers together and get the briefs done and get the oral arguments done. Stay tuned. I promise there will be an alert on your phone for the result of this thing, and it will be all over the internet and all over the front page of every newspaper. So stay tuned for that. CMS has issued their Medicaid, Medicare rules. Employers everywhere are grappling with that because it does actually mandate the vaccine. There are very few outs. The executive order, all the regs are out. My clients who are federal contractors, let me explain that, because some of you may be, again, you may provide electricity to federal prisons or other federal buildings. The federal government agency that you have a contract with, if you do, they will come to you. You do not need to do anything until they come to you. You have a contract with them. They can't unilaterally change the terms of the contract. You have to agree. So they're going to come to you and they're going to want to put in your contract something called a FAR clause, F-A-R, a FAR clause. And that FAR clause says you'll do whatever the Federal Safety Task Force tells you to do with regard to vaccines, which basically means mandating them. You can say no, and they may or may not take that business away from you. Or you can say, sure, fine, I'll put it in the contract, which means you got to have all your employees vaccinated who work on that contract, who come into contact with your other employees who don't even work on the contract, and everybody who supports the work of the contract, like HR, accounting and finance, who does the billing on it. so possibly your entire workforce. But again, they will come to you and they will talk about this FAR clause and they will say, we want to put this in your next contract. It's not for existing contracts, it's for contracts that are renewed, extended, or negotiated after the middle of October. So you might want to look and see when your contracts expire or are renewed, because again, they will come and ask you and say, we want to put this FAR clause in. And again, it's up to you to say yes or no, but if you say yes, then you're going to be mandating the vaccine and you'll have to follow all of their rules. And they're not only vaccine rules, there are masking rules, there are social distancing rules, there are signage rules, there are policy rules. So it's a big deal. But that's the only federal mandate of vaccines that you all will see. There is no mandate in the ETS for 100 or more employees. That's a different animal, but there's no mandate for vaccines in that one. So let's talk about that. Because Tennessee is unique in so many ways, but it's particularly unique with OSHA. We don't go by OSHA. We have Tennessee OSHA or TOSHA. We are governed by TOSHA. So when the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals puts OSHA and their rules on hold, TOSHA just sat back and went, we'll just wait. If you look at their website, they have a great sentence on the TOSHA website. It says, we're looking at it. Might take a long time. It's hilarious. It's the funniest thing I've ever read. Yeah, it said might take us multiple weeks, not several weeks, multiple weeks to look at this. But I wanted you to know that OSHA has been ordered to take no steps in enforcement. They can't do anything. It's just off the table right now. Again, they may bring it back, but it's off the table right now. These state plans, like Tennessee, our deal is TOSHA has 30 days to come up with our own Tennessee plan. They can adopt the OSHA ETS, which is on hold, or they can come up with their own plan. The test is it has to be at least as effective as the OSHA plan. So when OSHA came out with the ETS for healthcare, Tennessee adopted it with a few wording changes. So just so you know, I don't know what they're going to do with this, but I will tell you they did adopt the other one with just minor changes. So we'll have to wait and see. But don't get real excited when the OSHA stay is lifted. We still have TOSHA. We go by TOSHA. It's just a different process. So until TOSHA tells us what the rules are, we don't really have any rules. So tell everybody again, this is a Zen moment. I want everyone to breathe. Everybody be calm. Until Tennessee OSHA tells us what to do, we don't do anything. Now, for those of you who might be interested in how this all works, so the white states, they have OSHA. So they just go by whatever federal OSHA tells them to do. The sort of royal blue with the one asterisk, like Tennessee, Kentucky, South Carolina, they have a state OSHA that governs public employers and private employers. So again, we wait. We wait for TOSHA. TOSHA shall speak, like Yoda, from on high. But we wait until TOSHA speaks to us before we know what to do with this emergency temporary safety standard thing. The dark blue states, just in case you're wondering, they have a state OSHA, but only for public employers. Private employers in those dark blue states are governed by federal OSHA. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody and you can have your employees not be so panicked about everything that's going along. We don't know what TOSHA is going to do. They haven't said a word except we're looking at it. Get back to you. So we don't know anything. So OSHA, if you look at this federal ETS, for safety rules, it says if you got less than 100 employees, you got to follow those guidelines we put out last August, in August of 2021. So those of you who have less than 100 employees, that's all you got to worry about, plus the Tennessee law, you got to comply with that. We'll go over that in a second. Those of you who have 100 or more, if this ETS is adopted by TOSHA and it goes into effect, our worlds are going to change. Here's how. First of all, you got to count your employees. How do you count your employees? It's total number of employees. It's not by location. So if you have some people over here, doing water sewage, you got some people over here at the main electric utility, and you got other people a few towns over doing broadband, you got to count them all. Got to count them all. So it's your total number of employees. You count part-timers, full-timers, and seasonal employees. You do not count independent contractors if you have any of those. They don't get counted to get up to 100. You do not count employees who come to you through a temp service, through a temp employer, because the temp employer is going to count them for their purposes. You don't count them to get to the 100. If you hire an employee just off the street out of high school, they're temporary, you just need them for a few weeks to do a special project, yeah, you got to count those people. But if they're through an agency, the agency counts them, not you. So first of all, how many employees do you have? Do you have 100 or more? And it's not 101 and above, it's 100 or more. By the way, if you're at, I don't know, I know there's one person in the room that has 99. We won't go into who that is. They're teetering on the edge. If you ever, during the whole time this ETS, if it goes into effect, the whole time it's in effect someday, if you ever go over and you hit 100, then you got to follow it the whole time, even if you drop down to 89. So it's like you get up there and you touch the hot spot and the magic number of 100, and even if you go below, you're stuck till this thing expires, dies, or is rescinded if it ever goes into effect. So that's a real interesting part of this law. So what are the rules? I'm just going to give you a quick summary. You got to have a policy, and this is not a policy you write. This is a policy that's dictated to you by the regs. And I'll show you what all has to go into it, but it's a lot. It's a whole lot. There's one choice you get to make. If you choose voluntarily that you want to mandate the vaccine, you can, but your policy has to cross every T and dot every I that's in this ETS. It is not as simple as go and everybody go get vaccinated. You got to do more than that. Or what most people are doing is it's actually a mandatory weekly COVID testing, but you don't have to do the test if you're vaccinated. Okay, so you got to make a choice. Now that's something you all might want to give some thought to and make a call about which way you're going to go. So if it does go into effect, if Tennessee adopts it, you'll be ready to go. So it's mandatory weekly. Weekly means every 7 days. Every 7 days. Those employees who are not vaccinated have got to be tested. Guess what you need to know in order to get that testing done? What do you need to know? Who's vaccinated? Well, in Tennessee right now, you can't go ask. Are we having fun yet? So if you wanted to get ready for this OSHA ETS, you couldn't, because you'll run afoul of the Tennessee law. Now, if the OSHA ETS, by the way, is adopted by Tennessee, and it goes forward, and the feds say go forward, and Tennessee says, yep, we're buying into this, then the Tennessee vaccine law just kind of goes to the wayside, because, it's then the law of Tennessee. How much fun is this? You got the legislature passing this no vaccine law. You've got Governor Lee signing it. Well, TOSHA works for Governor Lee, but they have to come up with a plan that's either as least as effective, or they got to adopt the plan of the feds if it goes forward. So what a mess. So again, that's why when you look at TOSHA's website, they're like, yeah, we're thinking about it. They don't want to come out one way or the other until they see what's going to happen with this ETS. You do have to have supporting documentation for which employees are vaccinated or not. Again, a lot of record keeping. You have to create a roster of vaccinated and unvaccinated employees. OSHA can ask you for that roster at any time. And if this goes into effect, you'll have 4 hours to produce it. So it's not like you can do it after the fact, folks. That's why some people are saying, gosh, we really need to kind of get geared up. But again, in Tennessee, you can't ask. You can't compel an employee to show you documentation of their vaccine status. So it's a little convoluted. You have to provide support for employee vaccinations. That means 4 hours, up to 4 hours to go get the vaccine. That's money out of your pocket. Can't make them use PTO, vacation, or sick leave for going to get the vaccine, but it's only up to 4 hours for that purpose. That is out of your pocket if it goes forward. Employees have to promptly notify you if they test positive, and you have to remove them from the workplace, and you can't let them come back till they got a negative test, even if they're wearing a mask, even if they're vaccinated, and we've had every rule under the sun for that kind of stuff. Well, if this goes into effect, there's going to be one rule. You test positive, you are out of the workplace. There is no special pay required. They can use their accrued time, or it might be unpaid. If you have a union contract, got to follow the union contract. But there's no pay required if they have to go home because they have COVID. Employees who are not fully vaccinated under this OSHA ETS have to wear face coverings. The details about what face coverings are acceptable and which ones are not acceptable is quite detailed. So you have to make sure not only which employees are wearing the mask that are supposed to be wearing the mask, but they got to be wearing the right kind of mask. Again, are we having fun yet? It's going to be some interesting stuff. And you have to comply with OSHA's reporting requirements, which are all set forth in the regs and in considerable detail. Almost everything except for the testing goes into effect December 6th if the stay is lifted. And again, I wouldn't get real excited about that because nothing's going to happen before the 6th because the Sixth Circuit won't even have had oral arguments by then. So I don't think we're going to see anything. I would be shocked if we did. But so far, there's been no word about any hearings, briefing schedules, or anything. So that deadline is probably going to move. But as you can see, all these things, having your policy in place, having your roster together, supposedly that's supposed to be done by the 6th, and then your testing of your unvaccinated employees is supposed to take place on January 4th. I'm not seeing that happening, but it might. So again, just give it some thought. But what I'm telling people is everybody be calm. If we can't put policies together with a template from OSHA, if we can't put that together in a day and get it out to our employees, then we don't need to be working in these jobs. I mean, it's not that hard. So I wouldn't get real excited. I mean, okay, so we do it on the 6th. Okay. We might have to amend it in a few weeks. We find a couple of typos in it. Okay. So, but I wouldn't do anything till TOSHA tells us what we're supposed to be doing and the stay is lifted if it is ever going to be lifted. So again, you guys see why I'm saying just everybody calm down. Because if you tried to go out and do all this stuff, one, you'd violate Tennessee law right now if you tried to go out and do all this stuff. So your HR people need to be on board. They need to understand. They need to be ready in the sense of ready to go. But I wouldn't spend a lot of waking hours working on this literally until we get a better idea of what's going on. I gave you a whole list of what has to be in your policy, including you got to provide this document that you got to get off the CDC website, key things to know about OSHA COVID-19 vaccines. There are going to be a lot of your employees who get that and, crumple it up and throw it in the trash. But nonetheless, you got to send it to them. And you can send it electronically, but it's part of the requirements of the policy. I have a client, and every morning the HR person gets an email from an employee talking about how the Build Back Better infrastructure plan is 666 and it's the work of the devil, and that wearing a mask, is going to kill you because of your oxygen rate. I mean, she preaches every morning because she doesn't agree with any of this stuff. Every single morning at 7 a.m., she sends that email to HR. So there's a lot going on. That woman's going to go nuts when she sees all this. So things are about to get a little rocky is what I'm telling you. Employees are not going to like this. You may not like this. If it becomes the law of the land, it is what it is. Right now, it is supposedly going to be in effect through July of 2022. So that's sort of what we're looking at now. It can always be extended if it, like I said, if it ever actually goes into effect. The weekly testing, the one thing I will tell you, you'll be happy to know you don't have to pay for it. And it's up to the employee to go get it done and to produce it to you by that deadline before they can start work. If they don't produce a negative test, you cannot let them work, and there's no pay. So it's not paid time off unless you want to let them use their accrued time for that. But they can't come back to work until they got that negative test every 7 days. A home test, by the way, cannot be both self-administered and self-read. So when I took mine, when I had COVID in October, I was double vaccinated, got COVID anyway. So I took my little test. I did my swab. I took my little test. I waited the 10 minutes. I pulled it out. There's a little pink line and a little blue line, and I went, oh my God, I'm pregnant with twins. Or I have COVID, right? I was weighing those, going, okay, I don't know which one of those is worse, but it's weird. It's like one of those old pregnancy tests, and you get the little lines. But your employees can't just do that at home. You would have to, according to the ETS, you would have to proctor it. You'd have to get them on Zoom and watch them as they're swabbing their nose. And they got to show you the test results after 10 minutes. How in the world do you ever do that? You never get through all your employees. That's crazy. But what you can do is tell them they've got to go to a healthcare provider, and you don't care where, and you don't care which one, but they got to go somewhere and they got to bring you that negative test and just put the home test. You can just exclude that from your policy and say, no, we're not doing home tests. So you can do that. And of course, I think we're all adults. We know what the deal is. It's supposed to be so burdensome that employees will want to get tested or want to get vaccinated, right? But they won't. A lot of them, they're stuck. They made up their mind. They'll go get that test every week. That'll be just fine. So again, I just want y'all to know there's going to be some stuff that you have to go through with this. Again, I told you about the paid time off requirements. It's only for that time to go get the vaccine. If an employee gets sick from the vaccine, they can have time off, of course. You can require them to use their accrued sick leave or accrued PTO time. You cannot make them use just pure vacation time. PTO, yes. Sick time, yes. And obviously, if they're very, very ill, and the statistics don't support that in Tennessee of people being, long-term vaccine in great numbers, having problems. But obviously, you'd run into ADA problems, Americans with Disabilities Act issues, potentially. So you'd have a duty to accommodate them, but that doesn't necessarily mean paid time off. So that's all it says about that. It doesn't go into much detail at all. So right now, it's the Tennessee law for all of us, whether you have under 100 or over 100. If you have 100 or more, and TOSHA adopts this ETS, if it ever goes forward, that's what you need to pay attention to. That's when you need to get geared up. That's when you need your labor lawyer. We'd love to talk to you now. I'd love to draft a 40-page policy for you. Just see me at the end. Be ready to do that, but why? Why? Just hold off for the moment. Under this new vaccine law, governmental employers cannot mandate vaccines or masks. One exception, Judge Crenshaw in Nashville in federal court, Waverly Crenshaw, he was one of my competitors for my whole working life, so he's a defense side employment lawyer. He did stay the mask part of this for a particular school where children with disabilities were alleged to be harmed because the mask mandate was lifted. And he put a stay on that. But everything else is going forward on this Tennessee law. No other stays, nothing like that. Private employers, like all of you, may not terminate, threaten, take adverse action, or discriminate against employees based on vaccine status, and may not compel production of documents on vaccine status. Let me add something right here. If you have different rules on masks for vaccinated and unvaccinated, if you have different rules for who has to quarantine based on vaccinated and unvaccinated, if you have different rules on who gets pay, if they get sick from COVID, for vaccinated, unvaccinated, you can't do that under the new Tennessee law, and it is in effect right now. So that is something you're going to have to deal with. You cannot treat vaccinated and unvaccinated differently in Tennessee. Alabama just passed a similar law. Governor Ivey signed it. As you all know from reading the news, Governor DeSantis in Florida just passed a similar law, and it was signed last week, at the end of last week. So there's a lot of this state activity going on while this ETS for OSHA is in a stay. Again, if you have utilities with fewer than 100 employees, you look back at the OSHA guidance we got in August of 2021, and you look at the state law that's applicable to you, and that's all you've got to worry about. So again, I know that was a little bit fast and furious, everything you want to know about employment law, but thank you so much. I wish you all good luck. Everybody remember Zen. Just be zen. Take a deep breath. We will get through this no matter which way it happens, and I assure you, you will know the minute that it does. Thank you, everyone.
I don't think I've ever gotten so much information in such short a time as we just got. Let's have another round of applause. Wasn't she fabulous? Thank you, thank you. Absolutely fabulous. Each year, Tennessee co-ops provide education, leadership, and scholarship opportunities to hundreds of students from across Tennessee. There's little question that today's young people are tomorrow's teachers, senators, doctors, and entrepreneurs. By investing in these students, we're investing in a brighter future for the communities we serve. For more than 5 decades, Tennessee co-ops have led the nation in developing young leaders and preparing them to tackle the challenges facing our rural and suburban communities. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Todd Blocker, TECA's Vice President of Member Relations. He'll talk about TECA's youth programs and introduce you to some very impressive young people. Todd?
Good afternoon, everybody. Long time no see. It's hard to believe it's been 2 years, isn't it? Where does time go? It just flies by. At TECA, we actually organize 3 major youth events every year in your behalf. The 4-H Electric Camp, the Youth Leadership Summit, and the Washington Youth Tour. These programs touch over 450 minimum students across the state every year, which is just incredible. The 4-H Electric Camp, this year we did a little something different. Every year we usually do it at UT Knoxville, but UT had a ban on having anybody in any of their housing on campus during the summertime. So we did a road show. We went from Jackson, Columbia, Crossville, and Greenville. We did 4 separate 4-H electric camps, and it was fantastic. Let me tell you, we were blown away by the results of these kids interacting and learning things. They flew drones, they did virtual reality, they built electric motors, they got to see hotline trailers from a couple of the co-ops here that are with us today, along with the JTNS program. We were able to go through and introduce something totally different, and Mike Bushabold, my counterpart at UT, was determined to have electric camp this year because it was the 30th anniversary. 30 years of being able to put together a camp. Mike Bushabold is actually going to be retiring here soon, so we will have a 31st anniversary, but this will be the blowout that we'll actually have at UT. So we're expecting in the neighborhood of about 300 6th and 7th graders, and say a prayer for us, because at least we don't have to chaperone those guys. And the 4-H goes through and actually does that. The Youth Leadership Summit, hadn't had it in 2 years now. The Youth Leadership Summit is scheduled to happen. We are going to have it. It's going to be March 21st through the 23rd. We'll be at the Drury Plaza Hotel in downtown Nashville. Very excited about the program, and it will be the quality event that it always has been. 2 high school students from each of your cooperatives that your school systems will actually go through and invite your young leaders, your entrepreneurs, those that will benefit from leadership training. And we'll have a blast. We're actually going to be going to the Grand Ole Opry this year. We'll be going out to the YMCA doing team building. So as you can see, it is back on par just like it ever has been before. Washington Youth Tour 2022. Going to be different. It's going to be very different. We've got states all across the board that are doing different things. To give you an idea, Hawaii and New Mexico have decided to pull out already. They just can't do it. Texas is going to bring more people than they ever have before. So you've got things all across the board. Tennessee, what we're planning on doing is, well, let me go back to the 2019 tour that we had. Tennessee actually sent more delegates and people there than any other state. And that's something to be applauded. The state of Tennessee is regarded as one of the leaders, if not the leaders, when it comes to youth tour. And it's because of your support. Texas did bring more students, but they've got 71 co-ops. If they only brought 2 students from every co-op, they would have the most. But you guys at Tennessee, you went through and actually sponsored 135 students, 38 chaperones, and 10 teachers for a grand total of 183. That's just incredible that you guys have always done that. What we're going to be proposing and doing this year, just to let you know, is we're going to only allow 3 students from each cooperative. Usually we take 4 buses. It's a lot easier to navigate in DC with smaller numbers. We don't want to say one number. We don't want to go through and do like Colorado says, that every student has to be vaccinated. We will practice the best guidelines and we will implement new safety protocols to make sure your students, your employees are safe while we're in DC, because it's not just COVID. A lot of things happened back on January 6th that makes people a little bit concerned about what's going on there. We will have a plan. We see bus accidents all the time. That doesn't stop us from going to DC when you've got a bus accident. We're on buses that we actually go up there on. We just go through and implement safety protocols to keep everybody safe. So with that being said, I hope with that total of 3 students from each cooperative, we're looking at roughly about 96, about half the number that we normally take. But what that does also for us, it allows us to get back in the water. If you stay out of the water too long, it gets too cold, it's like I'm going to the house. We want to get you guys back involved. We need your participation. We need your leadership, and NRECA definitely appreciates everything that you go through and do. For over the last 55 years, since 1965, Tennessee has sent more than 7,000 students to Washington, D.C. for the youth tour. It's often considered a trip of a lifetime. Why? Because it's not a vacation. We spoke a little bit earlier about going on vacation. You kind of get up when you want to, you do this when you do that, whatever, we're good, we're hungry. Not on youth tour. We are just going at a hefty pace generally from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. every night. I will tell you one thing, and I've got several chaperones that I'm going to note in the building that are here with us right now, is we're going to slow it down a bit. We're going to breathe a little bit more. We're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to understand how things are working right now, because employers are not having the number of employees that they used to have. I actually went to DC a week and a half ago, and I was very, very pleased. I was cautiously optimistic is what I was. But after seeing everything and being there, we're almost going to give them the exact tour as we have in past, but just with lower numbers and at just a little bit easier of a pace. One of the main things we're not going to be able to do is actually 2 things. One, we're not going to be able to go tour the Capitol because the Capitol shut down. The CVC is closed at Capitol Visitor Center. But we will be meeting with our senators, our representatives. We'll be having our pictures on the steps. For their students, they will not miss a lick, not a thing. And then we're not going to go to a play. We usually take them to go through at Toby's Dinner Theater, and we share that with Georgia, and we actually see a play. Well, Toby's Dinner Theater and actually the Kennedy Center are requiring vaccine cards. And we're not doing that. We're just going to go through and practice what we can actually do. But the students, how they actually earn this trip, as you know, is they compete for this opportunity by conducting research about who you are, what an electric cooperative works, how it works and everything. Words cannot describe how fortunate we are to have an ongoing relationship system with our schools. With our schools, they are our key. We have no earthly idea what it takes for that opportunity to get in the school system and stay in those school systems. So we have to stay engaged. You talking about something that has been a challenge. I know we've all had challenges this year, in the last 2 years. Think about these students and going to school or not going to school or going one week and shutting down the other week. Everything is just up in the air. We need to provide them some good, solid basis, and what better way to do it is from the electric cooperative. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our incredible chaperones. We've got several of them here today. I have a list, but I'm not going to go through that list of who all's here. Usually only have a couple of chaperones. But if you are a chaperone, stand up real quick. If you've ever been on the youth tour, please stand up. All chaperones and anybody who's been, and let's give them a hand if you would, please. Yes, David, you fall in that boat because you go every year. David started going about 8 years ago, I believe it was, and he hadn't missed a tour since then because he gets it. He gets to see how involved the students are and how to watch them rise from the cream of the crop. So please make every effort to keep engaged with your students and give them this opportunity and promoting that 7th cooperative principle, concern for community. The Washington Youth Tour is also coordinated by TECA along with the grassroots team of NRECA and the Government Relations Department. The message that NRECA conveys to these student delegates is that political and civil involvement continue to be at the core of our electric cooperatives. Explaining the history of electric cooperatives and the value they represent is important to this next generation who will be our leaders and give them an opportunity. Back in 2015, we began a new program. It was our 50th anniversary, and we started the Cooperative Youth Ambassador Program. And what we wanted to do was to harness all this energy that we had while we were in DC to bring back to your utility so that you could go through and work with these student delegates for an entire year. When the student completes 4 voluntary action items, they're actually put into a blind drawing at our statewide meeting while we're in DC. And one participant generally wins a $10,000 scholarship. Now that makes a huge difference in a lot of people's life. And in the 5 years we've done this, I don't know how, but we've had somebody from different utilities to win every year. It hasn't been a back-to-back. It's been, a lot of times we get doing door prizes and Appalachian is like click, click, click. Everybody in Appalachian ends up winning. But this right here has been dispersed across the board, and that's just the luck of the draw. That's the way it's actually ended. We generally have our orientations across the state. Once again, things are going to be a little different this year, but if we do have an orientation and your cooperative is participating, I would encourage key management to come to this thing because it's a great opportunity to meet your members and for them to share their excitement with you. This is a big deal, folks. These kids went through and wrote a 900-word essay, and they're just excited about the opportunity that they're giving your kids. In a couple of minutes, I'll be honored to introduce 3 of these extraordinary, incredible kids. How about that? I'm getting a little parched here. I know I'm talking a bit, but students, delegates, ambassadors. 3 delegates are the winners of the Robert McCarty Scholarship, and one is one of our cooperative youth ambassadors. But before I move forward, one more time, I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support. A lot of states don't have 100% participation from their cooperatives. Tennessee does. Tennessee does with the 4-H Electric Camp, with the Youth Leadership Summit, and the Washington Youth Tour. And it just makes us stand this much higher to be able to say, and I know for me that's a little bit higher than it is. It makes us stand this much higher when you're able to go through and actually say, we have 100% participation. That is something incredible. Now, with any further delays, I'm honored to introduce the 2021 Washington Youth Tour state winners and the winner of the Cooperative Youth Ambassador. These young people are fine examples of proven leaders in their schools and examples of the bright future that they're going to have in their local communities. I'm going to have each of them to come up one by one if I could, and we're just going to say thank you for them. Our first winner of a $1,000 scholarship is Haley Ryder with Mountain Cooperative. Regretfully, Haley was not able to join us today, so we'll go on to our winner of our $2,000 cooperative. Logan Logan Hickerson with Meriwether Lewis, come on up. Let's give him a hand. Logan is here with his parents, Eric and Stacy. Wave to the audience, Dad. Yeah, there we go. Okay, give them a hand too. Our $3,000 scholarship winner is Corbin Williams with Fort Loudon Electric. Come on up, Corbin. Corbin is here with his parents, JB and Joe, and he went a step further. Over here. Stand over here. Stand over here. We're getting directed over here. Thank you, Jacob. By the way, Jacob Billingsley, he's our sergeant of arms, and he is one of my chaperones. So as you can see, it's a family effort to keep everybody together and on the right page. Thank you, Jacob. Once again, and JB and Joe, and here's something that's never happened before in the 10 years I've been doing this. He invited his teacher, which is a true mark of your character. Brittany Lynn. Brittany, stand up if you would, please. Just wave. Just let them know who they are. That's one way you get a good grade. I always brought Sundays to my teacher instead of inviting them. I found out that if I could buy them a Sunday, even if I skipped class, it worked. But she still remembers that to this day. Miss Hall, she was my art teacher. But anyhow, now for our winner of our $10,000 Cooperative Youth Ambassador Program for 2021 is Miss Julia Cox. Come on up, Julia. Julia's with Fayetteville Public Utilities, and she's here with her parents, JB and Nancy. There we go. That's it. That's the game show wave. That's the way to go through and do it. These are your future. And what I would encourage each and every co-op that's here, if you don't have an intern program for your students or for the youth that's in your area, put one together. These are shining examples. As a matter of fact, you're planning on being an accountant? What do you plan on doing in college? Physical therapy. Lineman need therapy. I didn't say that out loud. Logan, what are you going to be doing? Electrical engineer. What better time to start an internship program and get these youth involved with your cooperative, and maybe you'll be lucky enough for them to choose you one day when they decide to further themselves. So everybody, let's give them a hand if you would. That's it. All right, well, we're about to go out. We're going to get pictures and everything else. But once again, these delegates, along with the other 181 students that you sponsor with the Cooperative Youth Ambassador Program, the Youth Leadership Summit, the Washington Youth Tour, are some of the cream of the crop that are out here. They reached outside that box to go through and make a difference. Internships. Please think about a youth internship program if you don't already have one at your utility. Other than that, thank you for your time and attention today, and I hope you have a great rest of the annual meeting and a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. Thanks, guys.
What would we do without Todd? I want to give Todd a round of applause. The way he handles these programs, his leadership on the Washington Youth Tour, he's so organized. And I want to have what you have for breakfast. We need to talk about where do you get this energy, boundless energy this man has. He loves his job. That's right. You've never worked a day in your life, right? You love your job. There you go. All right, we're going to take a brief break. Now, once again, we'd like to thank Blue Stem Energy Solutions for this afternoon's refreshments. And don't be late returning. Remember, we will have 2 drawings for $100 before we hear an update on legislative and policy issues that will likely impact your co-op in the very near future. We'll resume at 2:45.
You got me? We good?
Electric line worker is the 9th most dangerous job in America. And each day, Tennessee's 3,500 line workers get out of bed, put on their boots, and make civilized life possible for the rest of us. Tennessee motorists can now honor their service and commitment with a Powering Tennessee license plate. Funds raised support the Tennessee Line Worker Lifeline Foundation, a nonprofit that supports line workers and their families when tragedy strikes. An honorable profession deserves our highest praise. Visit poweringtennessee.org to learn more.
Is everyone in who wants to be in? Remember, we're going to have a drawing. You have to be present to win. We're just about to begin. I see some people lolling in the doorway. Okay, the doors are closed. We are ready to begin. $100. Let's see, do we have the door prizes? The envelopes? Who do we have to see for that? You have them? You have them? He has them. She has them. Okay. And she's fishing them out of her purse. All right. Our winner of our door prize for $100, William Campbell, Volunteer Energy Cooperative. William Campbell. Are you here, William? Is William Campbell here? Going once, going twice. William, you lose. Let's try it again. Okay. Tim Friels, Plattdow Electric Cooperative. Tim Friels? He was here and then he left? Must be present to win. Must be present to win. Anthony Kimbrough, Duck River. I get a feeling Anthony's here. There he is. Thank you, Anthony. And then we have one more, right? Greg Williams, Appalachian Electric Cooperative. All right, fantastic. We've had a lot of treats today, a lot of wonderful, informative talks, speeches. Our last speaker this afternoon is no exception, Mr. Louis Finkel. Mr. Finkel is the Senior Vice President of Governmental Affairs for the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association. In this role, Mr. Finkel leads the association's advocacy and public policy programs. And have your questions ready. He's going to open it up for questions after he speaks to us. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Finkel.
It's all good. All right, so, well, first, the introduction made it sound like I was going to tell you something interesting, and that is not true. And by and large, I've done this before, so as you can imagine, anytime I talk about policy and politics, nobody's happy. Everybody's annoyed, everybody's disappointed, okay? So, a couple of ground rules, okay? First, nothing I say is intended to be partisan. All I'm going to try to do is explain to you what I see in Washington on your behalf, okay? So, I work for all of you. My job is to carry voice of our cooperatives in front of our government. So, when I say things about where the Biden administration is, it's not me endorsing it. It's not me telling you that I agree with it, that we like it. It's what we're dealing with, okay? And when I tell you things about what Congress is doing, it's the same ground rules. Does that sound good? Yes? All right. I'll make sure I leave time at the end. You can ask me any questions you want. Okay? Now, if you ask me questions about a whole range of policy things that we don't focus on your behalf, things that you care about but the National Trade Association for our co-ops is not really focused on, I'm probably going to dodge and weave a little bit, okay? It kind of goes in the blood with being in the world of politics, okay? So, last time I was in front of you was 2 years ago. The world has changed a little bit. We have a new president, we have a new Congress, they have different priorities, okay? So, we're nearing the end of the first year of the Biden presidency. The president had a pretty aggressive agenda. Some of it he's pursued through regulatory and through executive order, some of it through legislative. So, 2 weeks ago, Congress passed and the president signed a historic infrastructure bill. Now, regardless on what you may or may not think about kind of how it got there, whether or not it took too long, whether or not it's good, sound economic policy. It was a bipartisan bill that was developed in the Senate that spends $1.2 trillion over the next 5 years. There's nothing bad in there for our cooperatives. And in fact, there is a ton of money in there that could be transformative, right? So first, for any of our cooperatives that are either thinking about, currently in, moving towards, scoping, building out broadband, there's $65 billion for broadband, and we're eligible. Money's going to go to the states in big blocks, but there's the creation of a new program at the federal level, kind of modeled off of the LIHEAP program, which will effectively be a low-income program for broadband. So as you build out these systems, if you have low and moderate income consumer members, this is a program to help them pay those bills. It'll help with the economics of connecting broadband in those rural communities. But $45 billion of this is going to go to the states. States are going to decide how to push this money out around the state to try to get to all those folks that, you know, the traditional telecom companies haven't connected to high-speed internet service. Okay, that's a good thing. There's money for electric vehicle infrastructure. So whether you agree with or don't agree with the climate goals of the Biden administration, whether you think that the auto companies are right or wrong on moving from internal combustion engines to EVs, the auto companies are making the move. The administration's doing everything they can to drive out the internal combustion engine from our surface transportation fleet. And this bill provides billions and billions of dollars in infrastructure investment to try to retrofit our electric grid to accommodate this transition to EVs, right? So for a distribution co-op that's looking at their service territory, let me give you a metric, okay? So a traditional 5-unit gas station, right? Converting that to let's say 8 rapid charges on one site, it's tantamount to about a 5-megawatt substation. So who's going to pay for that? Is it going to be the consumer members? Is it going to be the auto companies? Is it going to be the service station? I think we know that service station's probably not going to be the ones going to want to pay for the infrastructure improvement we're going to need to make. That's what these federal dollars are for. Now look, I'm not going to tell you that the process to get to this bill was good. I'm not going to tell you it was clean. I'm not going to tell you it was simple. But there's a ton of really good, thoughtful policy that has been embedded into this bigger bill that's going to be helpful for our communities, okay? And so if Congress is going to spend money, our disposition is pretty simple, to make sure, one, that we're eligible, and two, that the investments that they make are going to be helpful to our communities. So budget reconciliation, it's this word that gets thrown around all the time. It's the social spending bill that the president keeps talking about. It's the social safety net and climate bill, effectively, okay? So let me talk about a couple pieces, right? So first, what's this reconciliation thing? It's a fancy inside baseball Washington word, but there's some simple rules, right? So in the U.S. Senate, to move a piece of legislation, you need 60 votes. All right, that's what's required to get out from under the filibuster. These budget reconciliation rules get you out from under 60 votes and means that you only need a simple majority. You need to get to 50 or 51. In this case, it's 50 plus the vice president. So to do that, there are some rules of the road you got to follow. Okay, first, you can only put provisions in it that either spend money or generate money. Okay, so it's either you got to raise taxes or raise revenue, or cut taxes, cut revenue. And then you either can increase spending or you can cut spending. Okay? You can't just put in there a new regulatory plan, right? So you can't just put in there a carbon restricting rule, right? You have to have something related to money. Okay? So with that as the construct, Congress and the House has now passed a $1.7 trillion bill to fulfill a lot of the president's objectives on social safety net and on climate. Okay, so the piece I'm going to talk about is the climate-related components. So first, I said you couldn't put in place this set of rules on carbon. So between the administration and some Democrats in the House, they decided to come together to try to create this revenue scheme that would restrict carbon emissions. So what they were going to do was they were going to create a program called the Clean Energy Payment Plan. All right, so this CEPP, as it's been called inside Washington, was to create incentives and penalties for increasing your carbon-free electricity generation. Okay? And the way they were going to do this was at the distribution level, at what they referred to as the load-serving entity. So effectively, what it would have meant for every distribution cooperative in the country is every year you would have had to demonstrate that you were increasing your carbon-free electricity, not reducing your carbon emissions, because they couldn't do that. You had to increase your carbon-free electricity by 4% a year, and it would compound. So once you increase it by 4%, that resets your baseline. And the next year you'd have to increase it again. Okay? And if you didn't increase it by 4%, so let's say you got a 3% increase. Well, that wasn't enough, and then you have to start paying penalties. So the good part is that this new program seems like it's disappeared. Wasn't in the House bill. Doesn't look like it's going to get into the Senate bill. A couple of Senate moderates don't want it. So what the administration has hung their hat on is tax incentives. And what they've done for us is, historically, tax incentives for the deployment of energy technologies have only been available to for-profit entities, right? So investor-owned utilities have been able to reap the benefit of tax credits, mostly for wind and solar, but for geothermal and some other energy resources, carbon capture, nuclear. So for the first time, the House bill has what's called a direct pay tax incentive. Okay, so what that is if you deploy an energy technology, and it's not just limited to wind and solar, it's for carbon capture, it's for nuclear, but it's also for transmission build-out, it's for electric vehicle infrastructure, it's for a whole range of technologies. You'll get the equivalent to that 30% tax credit directly to you from the government. So instead of it being a tax credit against your taxes, it's the government back to you. So if I have to choose between a bunch of penalties for distribution co-ops not deploying 4% carbon-free energy every year for the next 10 years, or tax incentives that could pay us for making thoughtful decisions that make sense for our cooperatives, it's a no-brainer. The other piece that they put in there was, and this started with a proposal the president put forward, the president in his jobs plan had proposed $10 billion to help transition rural America to a lower carbon future. So when this happened, we talked to the White House and said, so what is this? They said, well, we don't know. Why don't you tell us what you think it should be? We said, come on. They said, no, seriously, what do you think that we should do? So we talked to our membership, and we went back to them with a plan. We said, all right, if you want to spend money, first of all, if you want to do all this, $10 billion is probably not nearly enough to help all the cooperatives in the country. But there's some rules. One is it's got to be voluntary. If you put a mandatory program in place, it's not going to work. We'll oppose it. It will disappear. So create a voluntary program. Two, don't put a lot of strings around it. Because what the environmental community wanted was it had to be, you have to retire your coal and your gas in some instances, and you got to only replace it with renewables, and you got to guarantee that rates are going to go down. All right, so we're going to retire the inexpensive generation. We're going to replace it with more expensive generation. We're going to have to build out transmission to bring it to market, and we have to guarantee rates are going to go down. Yeah, okay, that's going to work. So we said, no, we'll use the money for retiring the coal if a cooperative, if a G&T wants to shut down their coal. But we have a lot of co-ops that are in different circumstances. So if you want to accommodate the transition, you got to let the money be used for a whole lot of things. Deployment of energy efficiency, use for demand-side management at the local level, building out electric vehicle infrastructure. Don't put strings around it. Tell us, if you want to give us resources to help support a transition, we'll do things, but we'll do it on a voluntary basis, and we'll do what's best for our communities, right? So that program ended up in the bill. Now, tax incentives versus penalties, and the federal government trying to give us support because they recognize, at least thus far, that our circumstances are different than investor-owned utilities. We don't have our shareholders to lean on. That those that own our cooperatives are the ones that pay the rates. So now it's got to move. It's moved out of the House. Now it's got to go to the Senate. I don't know what the Senate's going to do. I wish I did. It'd make my job a whole lot easier, and it'd make my holidays a whole lot more pleasant. But I expect that I'm going to be talking about this for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 months, because it's not going to happen fast. They're going to do this while they're trying to figure out how to fund the government, which government funding expires in a couple weeks, and they've got to deal with the debt ceiling, which I think we breached the debt ceiling again on December 3rd because they did a short-term extension. All right, so one I haven't talked about yet is one of our highest priorities, which is repricing our RUS debt. So we have worked aggressively to try to put RUS repricing into both the infrastructure bill and into the reconciliation bill. So here's the challenge that we've faced with especially with House Democrats. Repricing our RUS debt doesn't do anything to reduce carbon emissions, and that was the test they wanted on any and all energy policy. Now that said, we've got two things going for us. One is the chairman of the House Agriculture Committee is supportive of the bill and has sent a letter to the Speaker that he has every intention on moving the bill once they get past reconciliation. And we have 4 Democratic senators that have been pressing the chair of the Senate Agriculture Committee to hold hearings, and it looks like she's committed to do it sometime probably in the first quarter. The good part for us is that nobody really objects to it. It's just a question of kind of getting it on the agenda and dealing with the cost, although the challenge becomes that interest rates are starting to tick up. And if they wait too long, then the value to us might not be so great. Now, just on the politics of this, if interest rates tick up a little bit and we get the authority to reprice our debt and they don't do it just for 1 year and they give it to us over a long period of time, when and if interest rates come back down, then we'll be in a position where we've changed the law where we can reprice that debt without having to pay the prepayment penalties. And we'll be in a position where we can start thinking about planning and having some certainty around government policy where we don't have to look at our RUS debt and look at interest rates. We can kind of make those decisions as we go. All right. Have I depressed you enough yet? I'll get ahead of the question that everybody always asks me, what's going to happen in the midterm elections? I don't have a crystal ball, but it sure doesn't look like Democrats are in a good place. And redistricting around the country has made it real tough for Democrats to hold the House. The Senate's a little bit different. And it'll come down to 2 or 3 Senate seats, mostly open seats in a couple of states. All right, so with that, knowing that I'm the last thing that y'all are going to do today, fire away. Ask me any questions you want. Oh, come on. There is no way. Yes, sir. So now that it's passed the House, the Senate's got to kind of move on it, right? Clearly, they're not going to do anything this week. They've also got to deal with the debt ceiling, which is going to come up within the next 2 weeks. I think they want to dispense with the debt ceiling before they try to deal with reconciliation. I mean, I think that's really, I think they've got to. Otherwise, they're going to be in this box that they were in a couple months ago where they've got to try to prematurely get a deal on reconciliation because they can put the debt ceiling increase into reconciliation if they want to, but that becomes really complicated. Well, first, let me say this about it. If you listen to the media about it, they're days away. They've got a deal. I would ignore a lot of that. And it doesn't matter which media outlet you consume from. They're all wrong, and they all just want to keep you watching. There are some fundamental, look, getting Joe Manchin and Bernie Sanders to support the same bill is just not easy. And every day that goes by, it gets harder. And every time the progressives start, taking shots at Manchin, it's not by accident that Joe Manchin got elected governor twice in West Virginia and got elected to the Senate twice in West Virginia as a Democrat. He knows his politics. I think this is going to drag into February, is my best guess. Yes, sir.
So one of the things that's affecting us the most is the supply chain.
Yes, sir.
That is, it's coming down to where we can't even supply electricity to do subdivisions because buying transformers is a year out. Is this something? Oh, I think you heard me.
Yep. Look, so if anybody didn't hear, the question was about supply chain issues. So, and the only reason I'm standing over here is because standing right there, I can't see anything with that light, okay? Look, I wish I had a silver bullet on supply chain where there was something we could do in the policy space. And there are probably some little things that we can do. But this is, this is not a domestic problem. This is a global problem at this point, right? So every month that goes by, and I hate making it just about China, but China is doubling their distribution electricity system, right? They finally have built the majority of what amounts to their bulk power system, and now they're actually starting to do what we did 50 years ago. They're starting to electrify the countryside. And the majority of the transformers on a global scale are not built in the US anymore. Now, that could change, right? And there are some components both in the infrastructure bill as well as some tax incentives in the reconciliation bill, which would incentivize domestic supply chain, domestic manufacturing in those spaces. But it's not going to happen fast. I mean, to make those kind of investments, to get those supply chains, to get the manufacturing line kind of rebuilt domestically is going to take a little while. And I think part of it is, it's the manufacturing on a global scale slowed considerably during the pandemic. It's ramping back up, but construction is ramping up faster, especially in developing countries, mostly in Asia, but a little bit in South America and other places. So, we are very aware of what the challenges look like. I know that there's ongoing discussions within the cooperative supply chain community to try to bridge some of it, and not to mention kind of the disruptions in domestic movement with the ports and rail challenges that they're having. So I wish I had a really good, easy answer. We're having ongoing discussions with both the Department of Commerce and the Department of Energy about this. So I'll use a wonky acronym for all of you. There's an entity in Washington called the Electric Subsector Coordinating Council. All right, so that sounds like I could just be spitting out letters at you. What that entity is it is a public-private partnership between the federal government and the electric utility industry. Okay, so the investor-owned utilities, the municipal utilities, and the co-ops all sit at the table with the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Homeland Security. Now, it was first created to deal with cybersecurity issues, but the scope has expanded into natural disaster. We use it to talk about issues related to reliability on COVID. And most recently, Jim Matheson has gone into the last 3 meetings talking about supply chain challenges, supply chain issues, and has raised concerns to the Secretary of Energy directly that if we don't find ways to leverage the federal government to try to help solve some of these bottlenecks and re-energize domestic manufacturing and deal with the global supply chain, that we could find ourselves in an electric reliability set of challenges, especially if there's a pretty big natural disaster, which, as we've learned, we're getting 2 or 3 or 4 every year, that draw everything in the supply chain to them to put the lights back on for communities. So it's a really fair question. It's a really important issue, and I wish there was an easy answer, but there's not.
It's not a hard one.
Says Mr. Callis.
I know the $65 billion for broadband that's in the, it's going to the Department of Commerce. What's your best guess on how long before they get the rules set up and that money out to us?
So the way that the statute is written is the Department of Commerce has 180 days to give guidance to the states on how they have to spend the money. So the way that so different from previous chunks of broadband deployment money, all this, the bulk of this money, not all of it, but the biggest piece of the broadband money in the infrastructure bill flows through a Department of Commerce agency. And then the Department of, and have you all talked about this already, or am I saying anything? Okay. So it flows through a Department of Commerce agency, and the money is, the $45 billion is block grants to the states. So the Department of Commerce has to set rules for how that money is going to flow to the states and set parameters around how the states can spend the money. And so what they're not going to let them do is use the money for covering the bills for low-income folks, low-income consumers that are having a hard time paying their bill because they have a separate program for that. So, David, it's 180 days from the date of enactment for the Department of Commerce to issue the rules. They'll issue the rules to the states. My guess is, and I'm waiting to see something from Commerce, but what Commerce will probably do is allow the states and other stakeholders to comment before they go final. So it's possible they could put something out in draft form, 120 days, and then get comment so they can finalize by 180. But it's got to be the states have the rules by 180 days and are getting their money in 180 days, or shortly after the 180 days. So for planning purposes, that's your kind of that's your starting gun. No other questions? No way. Another topic you want me to talk about? Well, I can just let you go have an early supper. I'll clap for that. What keeps me up at night? There's a whole range of things that keep me up at night. And let me start by noting, and y'all can ask anybody on my team, I don't sleep to begin with, so it's really not a fair question. Let me start with a couple of easy ones, right? Look, our politics has gotten ugly, and as a result, the business certainty has disappeared, right? I mean, it's not, the pendulum swings have been so dramatic on kind of what the agenda is of those in charge at the federal level that it makes it really hard to make rational business decisions for all of you. And so trying to navigate that and try to anticipate kind of what the best advice we can give is on what the policy landscape's going to look like has gotten really hard. So I think that's the first one. The second one is that, well, I'll put a plug in for something that we've been working on. I think we all know that the world of the way that information moves and the way that we communicate with one another has changed. And social media between social media and the 24-hour news cycle, those two have become really significant drivers for what shapes the public discourse and the public dialogue. And the utilization of social media, especially by folks that don't agree with us, makes it real hard and puts us in a position where we've got to be able to respond pretty quickly in a nimble, thoughtful way. And it's one of the reasons that why NRECA has kind of doubled down on reinvesting in our grassroots capacity to try and create effectively what amounts to a social network amongst consumer members around the country, so that when there are big issues, and not just at the federal level, but at state level as well, that we have a tool in our toolbox that we can use that is a counterbalance to those that don't like us very much, right? So, and I'll make it easy. The environmental community is really good at this. You know, if you look at the at those that follow and are part of the social media grassroots networks of the big national environmental groups, they probably have 18, 19 million people that they can activate on the drop of a dime. And I don't like that. And I don't like not having a tool that I can activate in the same way. So I think about that a lot. You know, the other one is when we use words like affordability and reliability, they're kind of sacred to us as electric cooperatives. They get thrown around a lot in the energy world by a whole lot of stakeholders. And I don't want you to misconstrue that I accept the premise that others in the energy world believe it's important to maintain affordability and reliability, but it's just different for us because of who we are and who we're owned by, that we feel accountable to those that own our utilities in a different way. And so we learned a lot about how delicate that balance is in Texas last year. And when you have a model that's built on the lowest price and provides no value to capacity and reliability, it is different. And you know, look, I've talked a lot about Texas over the last year or so. Our co-ops in Texas, especially the ones that are in financial dire straits, they're in that position because they didn't want to turn the lights off. They kept buying power when the price was $9,000 a megawatt because they didn't want to turn the lights off on the people that own the utility. And so why I raise that is I worry about the next kind of significant incident like that and the repercussion it has on us. I don't miss any of them. Look, so the beauty of my job is it doesn't matter to me who's there. I got to deal with any of them and all of them. So I don't get the luxury of liking them or disliking them. I just got to navigate it.
Are we going to go to Washington next year?
We have every intention of having the Ledge Conference in April, May. I can't remember. I think it's I think it kind of leads in the beginning of May. But we have every intention of doing that. Now, it may look a little bit different, and frankly, what we're starting to plan for is how it's going to work and make sure we have enough space in the hotels that we take over to bring them to us if we can't go to Capitol Hill in mass. And I just don't know what either the COVID protocols or the security protocols are going to look like by then. It's starting to ease a little bit. It's starting to get easier to get up to navigate Capitol Hill again. But it's, look, as somebody that has been doing this for a long time and worked on Capitol Hill for a long time, it's really depressing going up there. The hallways are empty. Like, there's nobody up there. The idea that the people's house doesn't have any people in it is kind of depressing and terrifying. Yes, ma'am.
Could you comment on the, didn't know that was there. Sorry. On the proposed credit for electric vehicles constructed in union plants versus non-union plants?
I think they're going to have a real hard time figuring out how to resolve it. So I don't know how it's going to end up, but I can tell you that having watched these fights before, and I think folks know this about me, that once upon a time I worked for a member of Congress from Tennessee who had a non-union plant in Smyrna. So I am, these are issues that I've watched develop for a long time. When push comes to shove, more often than not, especially because the foreign automakers that have made investments in the United States, they're good paying jobs. And they have been very thoughtful and strategic about where they've placed those facilities, both for workforce and politics. I never count them out. I know what the unions are doing, but they've got to get 50 votes. And in a Senate that's kind of teetering on the edge, I mean, I don't want to be careful to not predict the outcome, but I think it's going to be real hard to maintain those House provisions. I'm actually surprised that they stayed in the House. You're getting closer to supper. Okay. Well, it is always my privilege, so thank you, and thank you for having me. And if you ever need me, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm always, my team, our NRECA team, are always here to answer any of your questions about federal policy. Well, thank you and enjoy the rest of your meeting.
All right, finally, we're going to have two more drawings, $100, two more drawings. You must be present to win, so don't leave yet. Dale Fain, Appalachian Electric Co-op. It's not fixed, it's not fixed. These are just lucky folks. There you go, she's got your envelope there. Zach Hutchins, Meriwether Lewis. Zach, are you here? He's not here? Is Zach not here? Oh, it was such a cheer back there. I thought he was here. All right. Will Wilson, Duck River. Is that Will? Okay, Will's here. Let's hear it for Will. Now, tonight's reception, a couple of reminders for you. Tonight's reception begins at 5:30 in the Capitol Ballroom, and the banquet will begin at 6:30 in this room right here. All this will be transformed, tables, it's going to be great. The Acre Breakfast begins tomorrow morning at 7:30 sharp in the Cumberland Ballroom over here. And we thank you for being a part of today's event, and we'll be looking for you tonight. Thank you. It should be Cumberland, okay. The reception is going to be in the Cumberland Ballroom. The reception in the Cumberland Ballroom, where you had lunch. One little change.